Alright, hello everybody, it's your favorite Dragonborn Snowflake here. Hope everyone is doing great. And we're back with some more Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, where we are carrying on with the main quest. In the last episode, we completed the quest The Road to the World. So we went back to our friends in High Hrothgar and said, hey, apparently there's a shout that can beat Alduin, can you teach us? And they were like, hell no, we want the world to end. Who doesn't want the world to end? And I was like, hey man, maybe someone else should decide whether the world should end or not. And they were like, okay, you can talk to our leader, Parthenax. He's like all the way at the top, at the front of the world, even above where we are. So I was like, okay, let's talk to your leader, who's apparently so special. And it turns out their leader, Parthenax, is a dragon. And was around at the time that Alduin was defeated. He wasn't there, so he doesn't actually remember what actually happened, but gave us some helpful suggestions, as well as a new shout, which was the Fire Breath shout, which we also upgraded. He gave us a choice of upgrading one of 3 shouts. So we could have either upgraded Fus Radar, the Fire Breath, or the Become Ethereal shout. We went with Fire Breath. My build is quite aggro, so I want to build on that and just try and deal as much damage as quickly as I can. That's sort of what you get with the dual swords. But yeah, Parthenax suggested that we need to get our hands on an Elder Scroll. So we need to find out how to get an Elder Scroll, because Parthenax wasn't exactly clear on that part. Because he didn't know the Dragonrend shout either. But we got a lot of good intel from him. So apparently there are a couple of people who might know where to go. One of them being Hongir from the Greybeard, so it looks like we may be heading back to High Hrothgar. The other being Esbern. The quest is called Elder Knowledge. I met the Masters of the Greybeard, the dragon Parthenax. They told me that the ancient Lord used an Elder Scroll to cast Alduin forward in time. If I can recover that same Elder Scroll, I may be able to use it to learn the Dragonrend shout directly from the ancient heroes. There we go. So, how do I find a specific Elder Scroll? Well, in Oblivion it was as simple as breaking into the palace and tricking some person to put it in front of you. Tricking a blind monk. But let's see what it's like in Skyrim. Now Lydia's probably going to hate me for this, but because at the end of last episode we were at the Throne of the World, we were at High Hrothgar. Sorry, we were at the Throne of the World, and we came all the way back down to Riverwood to put our stuff back. And now we're going to make the climb again. Of course, we're going to fast travel it, but I don't think Lydia will appreciate our inefficient pathing route here. But whatever. I'm the Thane of Whiterun. She's just going to have to deal with it. Let's go to the Throne of the World, see how Parthenax is chilling. I want to see if we can, like, sort of glide down the mountain here. Now we start here, we don't even start at a tippity top. Alright. Let's select the Clear Skies shout, just in case we need it. Yeah, there's our man. Old dragon. Probably should have just gone to High Hrothgar. This is always fun too. Let me make sure I'm going to Hongir rather than Esbern. No, nothing against Esbern, but Hongir is just closer geographically. Oh, that's High Hrothgar there, isn't it? I do worry for Lydia's safety if she chooses to follow me down this path. Yeah, probably for the best that she stays up there. I just wanted to take a scenic route. See if I could survive going down here. Looks like I'm all good. She's still up there. She'll catch up. You know, maybe. Now that's what they call parkour. What the hell? Greybeard's in training or something? I guess so. Either that or they're really trying to scare me. And it worked. Spoiler alert. Is there a way into this building? This is where it's telling me to go. I think there's a door there. Okay, just go upstairs and go around there. Hey Lydia, thanks for following me down. I know. Oh, hello Angie.
So, you spoke to Parthenax. The dragon blood burns bright within you. Did he tell you what you wanted to know? Did he teach you the dragon rend shout?
No, but he told me how to find out.
Well, so be it. If he believes it is necessary for you to learn this, we will bow to his wisdom.
I forgive you, by the way, Angie. I need the Elder Scroll the Ancients used. Do you know where to find it?
We have never concerned ourselves with the scrolls. The gods themselves would rightly fear to tamper with such things. As for where to find it, such blasphemies have always been the stock and trade of the mages of Winterhold. They may be able to tell you something about the Elder Scroll you seek.
No, for a monk you're quite judgmental and opinionated, Angie. Even your leader said it's cool to find the Elder Scroll, but that's her only choice. And you're still talking back. Alright, stuff's going on. Okay, we've got some more dialogue options. Any idea where to find the Elder Scroll?
Such blasphemies are the calling of mages, not followers of the way. Take your question to the College of Winterhold. They may be able to help you.
Let's hope so. Is there another way to defeat Alduin?
Perhaps not. But this shout was used once before, was it not? And here we are again. Have you considered that Alduin was not meant to be defeated? Those who overthrew him in ancient times only postponed the day of reckoning. They did not stop it. If the world is meant to end, so be it. Let it end and be reborn.
Alright, well, have you considered postponing it infinitely is better than just letting it end? Because if I can postpone it for another 10,000 years, why not, right? I can't actually remember the time scale it's been since Alduin was last kicking about, but there you go. What's so bad about the Dragonrend shout?
It was created by those who had lived under the unimaginable cruelty of Alduin's dragon cult. Their whole lives were consumed with hatred for dragons, and they poured all their anger and hatred into this shout. When you learn a shout, you take it into your very being. In a sense, you become the shout. In order to learn and use this shout, you will be taking this evil into yourself.
I see. Well, if this playthrough is going to be anything to go by, we're going to be taking into ourselves a lot of evil, so what's one Elder Scroll, eh? What do you have against the Blades? And, by the way, they're not big fans of you either.
The Blades were born of dragon-hating crusaders. They still carry that legacy, although they may not remember from whence it came.
I kind of get
carried
that,
out
actually.
a genocide of dragons when they first came to Tamriel. And now, they will do it again. With your help.
I mean, to be fair, the dragons are currently trying to carry out a human genocide, so I mean, if there's gonna be a genocide one way or another, I'm gonna stick with my crew of humans and fight against the dragons. I'm not sure Arngir has decided to take the human side on this one. Then again, his leader is a dragon.
Voice within.
Okay, so off to the College of Winterhold then. And I don't believe we've been to Winterhold. No, we have not. In fact, we have been nowhere near Winterhold, really. We were at Kynesgrove, but for some reason we didn't actually discover it. I'm wondering what the closest thing we have to it is. It might be Ustergrav over here. It might just be down here at this Whiterun Stormcloak camp. I think it is. I'm currently using my fingers to determine distance. And I think this Stormcloak camp down here is actually the closest spot. So we've got a long trip ahead of us to Winterhold. I am aware we could just go to the stables and take a carriage, but let's have some fun. Let's go down here. Appreciate your reluctant help, Arngir. It's gonna be weird helping out the Blades and the Greybeards, and neither side likes each other very much. Detected. Oh, just some horses. Right, this is a Stormcloak camp, so they probably won't appreciate me being dressed in, what am I wearing, elven armor? I've got elven maces, yeah, pretty much, mostly elven armor. I wanted to check something else. Right, I wanted to check, sometimes I forget that I have level up perks. Okay, looks like we're up to date. Excellent. I see 2 flutterbys. And I'm grabbing their wings, of course. Okay, so off to Winterhold. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a trek. But let's see what we can explore on the way. Or what we can find. Where'd Lydia go? Huh? Okay. We've got some random old bones here. Not sure what that is. Oh. Leave it. Alright, well, Lydia's got a bow and arrow for a reason. Grab that tail and we move on. Interesting thought structure up there. What are you? A little bunny rabbit. Oh, we could so easily kill you. But if a creature doesn't fight me, as long as it's not quest inborn, generally I don't want to fight back. Alright, well, let's work our way carefully down here. Ah, I missed the dragonfly. What's detecting me then? Ah, some fishies. Your bow and arrows aren't going to work here, Lydia. How do you fight fishies? Ooh, that's how you fight fishies. You even got an upgrade for that. Can I just... yeah, I'll take some free arrows. Alright, never mind. Never mind then. detected. Is that a saber cat? Oh no, just a deer. No, she's catching up. Ooh. Potential dragon mound in the distance. We're making our way up, sort of. Maybe not. Maybe this is a little easier. We're upgrading a sneak. That's something. Yeah, that could have been a nasty fool. Alright, we'll try another way up. Alright, it's working for us there a little bit. Just keep spamming jump until we make it. So close. It's right there. There we go. And our next trouble. Guess we can just go round, can't we? That makes more sense. Alright, I'm not sure. Oh, have we got. I was going to say, have we got Lydia with us, but I guess not. There we go. Make sure there's not like too steep a drop if we use our footing here. Alright, on we go. Don't mind some snowberries. Guess it makes sense. The further north you go, the more snow there is. Some things don't change in different fictional worlds. Alright, we've got a mine of some sort over there. Let's go check that out. Assuming I didn't drop my pickaxe again, which I tend to do for some reason. This is a mine, right? Yeah, quicksilver. Alright. That sounds pretty valuable. Oh, that is interesting. We'll check that out in a second. How valuable? 25. So once it's refined, then it should be worth even more, right? But what is this? A skeleton next to a shrine of Julianus. Other blessings removed, blessing of Julianus added. I don't know what blessing I may have had before that got negated, but Julianus has given us an extra 25 magic points. I don't know what I may have had before. Ooh, is that a dragon over there? That definitely is a dragon over there. Are we gonna get drawn to it? Possibly. I'm pretty keen to take on another one. Where is it though? Somewhere over here, I guess. Ooh, this is an interesting looking place too. Dragon? Still there? Yeah, you are. Alright, let's get ourselves some corundum then. That was all of it. Dragon, do you still exist? Might be gone. I hear some wolves, potentially of the ice variety. Yeah, there we go. Down, boys. Ah, there we go. Looks like it's focusing on something. Is it actually attacking, or is it just flying around? Detected. Is that by the dragon? My enemies appearing on my map. Let's do a quick save. You never know. It could be one tough dragon. See something else over there. A deer. Probably not wanting to tangle with a dragon, for good reason. I don't know if deers even fight this game unless you maybe cast a rally spell on them. Probably should have quick saved a little bit closer, huh? How about now? Sounds good. Alright. Think you see me now? Oh. Is that Alduin bringing back this dragon now? Oh. That is Alduin, isn't it, I think? Oh, this dragon is fighting... Is that a bear? No, that's a wolf. Alduin's just like flying away, like job done. How's that wolf survived? Alright, well now we're fighting the dragon. I think Alduin has just brought back. I don't know if we correctly followed the pattern. Winterhold. Well, Winterhold, you do frost stuff? Okay, good to know. Doggy, we've got other problems. Did I just use clear skies on this dragon? And did it actually do something? Oh, we've got this. Big up Lydia for the support. We'll get those heals in when we can. We're still fighting, or is this just extra music? No, we're still fighting something. I don't know if that something's going to want to fight us now after what they've just seen. We have just defeated a named dragon. Vic. I forgot his name. Winterhold. I don't know if this particular dragon had any more significance beyond just, you know, being a dragon. Where's the wolf fight? Like somewhere trapped under here. Well, whatever was fighting us seems to have been scared off. So, good job, Lydia. Let's keep going. Alright, so we dealt with a dragon there with little to no sweat. We did a little bit of healing, but that's because we just had the time to do so. Oh, human beings. Notably, human beings that did not help us with the dragon. Traveling in a group. This could be a bandit horde. That might be tougher than the dragons. There's a pile of ash here. Oh, ice. Completed. Locate the Seducer's bandit camp. Defeat the Seducer's bandit leader. Oh. We inadvertently came across a quest that we managed to get a while ago. Who gave us this quest? Seducers. Located bandits wielding strange weapons and armor. Oh, this was one of the Khajiit caravan ones with Rasad. Well, we ran into them. Oh, they pack some punch. They pack some punch. This ain't gonna be no easy fight. Oh man, they are ganging up on Lydia. Oh, jeez. Did I save the game? Did I save the game? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Snowflake is learning from Snowflake. Alright, so this is actually going to be a tough fight. Even a regular bandit's pretty tough.
That's your best, huh?
I'm just trying to kite backwards. Just seems to be working pretty well. Ooh. Lydia's doing bits. Oh no, some archer is hitting the heck out of me. Oh, there's a couple of them. Ooh, okay. Let's heal that back up. That'll do it, I think. Just keep whittling away. Nice. And we've got an archer somewhere. Ooh. Yeah, this archer is not playing around, huh? Can I have some food? Some good food, preferably. Some salmon steak. Oh wait, I'm dropping food instead of eating it. That's ideal. I think that should be enough. Ooh. Very close. Yeah, this particular bandit is a toughie, huh? Eat all of those fish and cheese. Venison. Okay. Dark Dagger. Dark Arrow. I mean, that makes sense. The seducers in the Shivering Isles were the creatures of dementia. They had dark weapons. Lockpick. Scale on Fin. Wow, it even got Shivering Isles ingredients out here. Dark Seducer Helmet. Dark Seducer Boots. Scores. I wonder if this is a DLC. Which is meant to tie into like Shivering Isles. Dark Bow. This is all light armor too, so... just to check, Lydia, you're not dead, right? Okay, good. Oh, yeah, let's pick our steak back up. Let's heal up. Let's take a look at this armor. Let's see if we maybe got some upgrades here. Yeah, Dark Seducer Helmet is more armor. Get plus 30 Magicka with the Elven Helmet. But probably rather have a protection, since I'm only using Magicka to heal me up anyway. If I don't take the damage in the first place, that's surely better. Let's switch over to the Dark Seducer Helmet. Boots, we got 21 compared to 16. Yeah, we'll take that. Gauntlets. 11 to 21, that's a big difference in armor, but I do like the 20% more damage with the one-handed attack, so we'll leave that maybe. Wasn't there like a full armor? Hide armor he had, right? 42 compared to 53, that's fine. Let's see what these other blokes had. Or just blokes. Gold, gauntlets, leather, fur, Dark War Axe, 31. Elven Maces, 31 as well. Dark War Axe does weigh a lot less though. Alright, let's rock with that for now. Ale, gold, boots, yep. Usual stuff. Their leader was a bit... I feel like I backtracked quite a bit further. There should be one more. Where did I take the other one? Neither of these are the leader, right? Yeah, where did I take the leader? I definitely would want to find the leader. I go this far back? Bow and arrows getting us from up there. I don't think I went all the way back to the road, did I? I do really want to find the leader, because the leader's most likely to have the best loot. Gosh darn it, why can't I remember? Maybe I did backtrack more than I thought. Yeah, these are just the regular old bandits. I was gonna burn alive bandit leader. Where would I do it? I would have thought maybe somewhere around here. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Or maybe he's right here. Ah, there we go. Seducer's Bandit Leader's Journal. I knew there was going to be something important. Completed. Investigate the Seducer's Bandit Camp. Read the Seducer Bandit Leader's Journal. And we will. Got a Dark Seducer Shield. Got another book, Heretical Thoughts, which I believe is a Shivering Isles book. We'll grab all of this too. Lydia, get ready to carry a bunch of stuff as well. Alright, let's read Heretical Thoughts first. Heretical Thoughts. Zealotry is an abomination that must be wiped from the Shivering Isles. There we go. We cannot suffer their beliefs to spread to even one more soul. They name us heretics for our lack of belief. We gladly accept the name and will make an honourable one. Not sure about the grammar there. It is not heresy to speak truth. It is not heresy to speak out against an unjust lord. It is not heresy to take arms and action in defence of true belief. We are the so-called heretics of the Shivering Isles, but we do not speak heresy, we speak the truth. Our Lord Sheogorath is but a man. He is only flesh and blood, not a god. Well, in Oblivion, you're sort of right. Once the quest line ends, of course. And certainly not a Daedric prince. There are no princes in the realms of the Daedra, only vile servitors such as the Hungers that we summon to do our bidding. Sheogorath the False is a mad despot. Years of dabbling in foul magic and consorting with Daedra have driven him mad. He is not a fit ruler, let alone divine. He perverts the teachings of Arden Sul, he who gave his heart's blood. A lot of this will only make sense if you remember Shivering Isles from Oblivion, but shameless plug, I've got a playthrough of Oblivion where we go through all of the Shivering Isles quests, so there you go. When the truth of our cause is common knowledge among the people, we will drive him from New Sheoth and put that cesspool to the sword. His 4 limbs will be scattered to the 4 winds. His head will rest upon the hill of suicides, and his heart shall be burnt in the flames of freedom. Yep, getting all the references. His entrails shall be fed to the dogs. Yeah, we will make all the people of the Shivering Isles wear the robes of the heretics. By these robes we know each other to be true non-believers. The people shall return to the wilderness and live among the wild things as we do. They will see the wisdom and purity of the life we lead, and they will hail us as saviours. Alright, there we go. So these guys not big fans of Sheogorath by the sounds of it. Let's have a look at the journal. Find more details in the bandit's new lead. Locate Svarig's Seducer's bandit camp. Yeah. Okay. Dark work this, but does it ever pay well? Once every few days, a merchant comes galloping through, defends us as a babe. We seducers always do our good deed and lighten their load before we let them pass. It's the least we can do. Moving north was the best thing we ever did. Leave Rissard to the milk drinkers of Whiterun, or as they call themselves, the Saints. Ah. So, Whiterun has the Golden Saints? I'm a little confused there. They're probably still hounding him on the road to Markov. Svarig is behind on his visit. I wonder if his path from the west was more treacherous than usual. We need a change in our fortunes. If we don't get paid soon, I fear the others might not stay much longer. Hopefully this new lead pans out. Oh, that's literally it. Okay, so they're robbing merchants, basically. I wonder what the link is with the Shivering Isles, though. Because there clearly is one, we've just seen that. Oh, let's have a look at arrows. I mean... iron arrows are 8. So current bow, Forsworn 13. Dark bow, actually better. Let's go ahead and favourite that and unfavourite Forsworn bow. Orcish is 12, so that's our best one. These dark arrows are 17. I'll have to remember to give Lydia some. Or at least one. I think if you give her one arrow, she just has infinite of that arrow. You see her rocking the Orcish arrows at the moment. I don't think she has a limit on those. Alright, well let's have a look. Camp. Some boots, a basket, some potatoes, some more cheese, a gold necklace, 20 gold, a basket, a shovel. Why not, right? Chest here. Seducer's Bandit's Cage Sheet. Free the Elytra Nymph. Oh, there's Elytra here too. Dark Seducer Armor. Ooh, that's 74. That's huge. Yeah, no wonder these guys were a little tougher than normal. They had some serious armor. Free the Elytra Nymph. Well, perhaps another time. Oh, there is a cooking pot here. Well, let's look around. Knapsack. Bandit's Note and Hidden Treasure. Green Apple. Nightingale's Fact or Fiction. Potion Healing. Boots. Circuit Clothes. Cuckoo. Got a drum. We've got a dark mace. And we've got our Elytra Nymph. Maybe we do just do it now while we're here. Let's have a read of some stuff though. Bandit's Note and Hidden Treasure. Investigate Crystal Drift Cave. An exotic treasure is said to be hidden in Crystal Drift Cave. Heard it from a coinless trader trying to save his own skin. Going to send a few to see if his story checks out. If the story is true, we need to be sure the saints don't find it first. Our benefactor will be pleased. Okay, what's this? Nightingale's Fact or Fiction. Nightingales, Fact or Fiction by Wilhelmina Roth. Mention the Nightingale to any thief worth his salt and he'll laugh in your face. He'll tell you that the supposed avengers of the Daedric Lord Nocturnal are nothing but fictional characters who live nowhere else but within tales designed to scare young footpads into doing what they're told. But are they fictional or simply misunderstood? We're going to find out more about Nightingales, by the way, later on in this game. But for now, let's just carry on reading. While it's true that most scholars would scoff at the notion of a holy sect appearing within the normally unethical and unorganized rabble that is the Thieves Guild, evidence suggests that such a group existed at one time within the borders of Skyrim. 120 years before the publication of this tome, a corpse was discovered wearing a strange suit of armor that was described as Forged Midnight. The tattered armor bore a crest of some sort, the symbol of a bird embracing a circle of undertailed blackness. The remains of the armor was taken to the College of Winterhold for study, but mysteriously vanished only a day after it arrived. The crest from this armor was circulated around Skyrim for years, but identification proved almost impossible. In the most unlikely of sources, a prisoner incarcerated within the mines of Markov claimed that it was the mark of a group of thieves who called themselves the Nightingales. When pressed for more information, the prisoner claimed that the Nightingales were warriors of Nocturnal, and performed her bidding without question. He claimed this source was someone he knew within the Thieves Guild of Skyrim, but he refused to identify them by name, so his story was quickly dismissed. The second piece of evidence pointing to the existence of the Nightingales exists to this day just outside of Riften. Discovered at the terminus of a short pathway off of the main road stands a stone of unidentified blackened material. Carved into its face is the same avian symbol previously found on the dark suit of armor. To those that subscribe to the existence of the Nightingales, this was thought to be some sort of a meeting place. To others, this symbol was once again dismissed as a hoax or simply a diversion created by the Thieves Guild. The final and most controversial sample of evidence is a passage found scrawled on the inside of a cell wall in Whiterun. The cell had previously been occupied by a Dunmer named Lorthus, who was incarcerated for murder and was set for execution. After the deed was performed and Lorthus' cell was examined, the following was found etched into one of the stone blocks. Take my hand, Lady Nocturnal, for it's my will to serve you. As a nightingale, I'm born anew, with my past echo our triumph. This is the first and only time that a solid connection between Nocturnal and the Nightingale has been made. The unusual nature of the passage, the religious connotations towards Nocturnal made by a career criminal, kept discussions lively for years regarding the possibility of this group actually existing. Sadly, since not a single piece of evidence beyond this has surfaced to date, this exciting discovery faded into obscurity and the debate subsided. With these scant samples of evidence, conclusions are difficult to formulate. All we're left with are more questions than answered. Can religion and thievery coexist? Does the Daedric Lord Nocturnal have active agents roaming Skyrim with a no doubt nefarious purpose? Does the Thieves Guild have extensive knowledge of the Nightingales but remain sworn to secrecy? Perhaps one day the answers to these questions will be revealed. At present, it falls to you, the reader, to decide whether the Nightingales are fact or merely fiction. Well, don't know yet, but who knows? Maybe we'll find out. Alright, well, let's grab this ale, this tankard. Note on demented Elytra nymph. Can't believe we carried this bug the whole way here, cage and all. Always afraid it's going to find a way through the bars and eat me in my sleep. Maybe that's the way we could have killed all the bandits. Okay, well, let's save. This is a baby Elytra, so even if it does go aggressive. Okay, well, it doesn't seem like that progressed anything in the quest. Maybe it will later when we start going to other camps and freeing other Elytra. I did want to do some cooking while we were here. And we have quite a few raw ingredients. So yeah, let's make some apple cabbage stew. We're out of cabbage. We'll make some leg goat roast. I kind of hope that some of this would like lighten our load. It is a little bit, but not as fast as I was hoping. A couple of pheasant roasts too. Delicious. Grab this helmet too. Yeah, let's get on that armor too. 74 compared to, what do we have now? 53. That's a big boost. We've gone from full Elven to full Dark Seducer. I like it. No political factions should get too angry at us for this one. And hey, we also progressed the quest without even needing to. And I'm gonna quick save here. Okay, we can't actually fight the Elytra. That's interesting. But he is free. How far are we away from Winterhold? Well, we made good tracks from where we started, although it has been almost an hour. Did we even discover any locations? No. So we're going to have to do this long walk again at some point when we want to find other locations in the area. That's more than fine. I didn't think I was going to be able to go directly up. fort over here. I hear a dragon. Don't see it though. There's a dragon mound somewhere nearby. I'm not so sure if we'll go after it, but you never know. We've got some more armor now, so we're more protected. No, can't get up here. Darn shame. What about this way? Come on, surely. Yep. It's a mine. Here's a mine. Don't we look good now? Feels like we're wearing less armor, but somehow we're wearing more. Visible cold winds. Surely we've got to be able to climb up this, right? Feels like this was designed to walk on. Maybe if we just get to this lighter looking part over here. Yeah, okay. Maybe not. This feels like a perilous route. Right, let's, this side seems a little less steep. Let's go over here. Okay. If we can just get up here, yeah, that's good. Pretty skies though. Oh, we've got a little aerial view of this fort as well. I'm guessing if we got closer we'd find some enemies. There's someone down there. See how our mountain climbing skills work out for us here. Can we go directly up a mountain? But not bad so far. I guess we try and go around this then. Careful about dropping too far. Quick save. Well, that might hurt. Looks like we're pretty resilient. This little gap here. Perfect. Huh? What was that? My screen shook. Oh, I think I know what might be here. Maybe there's a giant of some sort. We've got a refugee. A dead refugee. Iron battle axe. Okay. Lydia doesn't seem to have made it here. What the heck happened here though? Why did the screen shake like that? Let's drop. Probably an iron battle axe or works for me. Maybe this will trigger Lydia to come back to us. I find that sometimes doing activities like this could work. No. This time. Alright, got another dead refugee. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we don't pick stuff like this up. Maybe the sword. We have something worse to drop, like boots and clothes. Potion of healing, floating in the air. Love it. Ah, we got a shovel as well, don't we? Like I should be able to take that coin purse. Enchanter's Primer. Oh, there's a book on top of that. Oh yeah, it's just like everything's in the wrong place. I thought you were Lydia. It's a shame. Another dead refugee. Lantern. Okay, so grab food. Salt. We ran out of that, that's good to get. Satchel, Cyrodiilic Spade Tail. I feel like we've already got one of those, so I'm gonna risk eating this one. I have a saber cat. Sure. How do I get to this large sack? It's already empty. Tankard. So obviously just like a crashed carriage, that's it. But there is a skill book here. It's called, I think it's a skill book. Enchanter's Primer. I can only imagine it's for enchanting. And I am correct. A Primer on Enchanting by Sergius Turianus. Enchanting was raised to a fine art by the wizards of the Arcane University. Sadly, some of the nuances of this skill were lost when the Imperial City was sacked. Oh yeah, the Falmer would have sacked the Imperial City, wouldn't they? Yet we are not without capability. This text will cover only the basics of enchanting. It is but a primer for students of the College of Winterhold. I guess, since we're on our way to Winterhold, it would make sense to find this here. So I guess these refugees were maybe people on their way to study at the College of Winterhold and then met an untimely end through non-magical means. Before a weapon or a bit of armor can be enchanted, the wizard must first learn the enchantment. This is a personal task. Enchantments cannot easily be passed from one mage to another. It must be understood at a primal level that can only be achieved by destroying an enchanted item and absorbing its nature. Yeah, we're aware of that. We got the tutorial from Farengar way back in the day. The Arcane Enchanter is specifically designed for this task. Merely place an enchanted item in a device and will it to relent. Magic will flow into the mage, imbuing him with a knowledge of how the enchantment is formed. The utter destruction of the enchanted item is the unavoidable consequence of this process. Items that already have enchantments cannot be enchanted further, so choose carefully when you enchant a blade or helmet. Before beginning an enchantment, make sure you have a filled soul gem. The enchantment will use this soul as the source of power. Place the item the soul gem of the arcane enchanter. Concentrate on the enchantment. The device will meld the two together, enchanting your weapon or armor. Armor enchantments are permanent and do not need to be charged or powered. Reasons for this are not known. Some in the college have postulated that the wearer contributes small amounts of his own energy to keep the armor enchanted. Others say it is just the will of Magnus. but it works that way. Regardless of the reason, enchanted armor and clothing never wear out. Yeah, that's a relief. Weapon enchantments are a different story. They slowly use up the soul energy in them until they are depleted. The enchantment remains, but a filled soul gem must be used to recharge the weapon. Perhaps it is the destructive nature of the weapon enchantment that makes it deplete. One intriguing theory is that the soul leaks out a little at a time into the victim that the weapon harms. As a novice enchanter, the reason is immaterial. At first you will find that your enchantments require a lot of the soul energy. As you become more skilled, you can achieve the same effects with less and less soul energy. Oh, that's new. I don't think there was previously anything like that. So I guess the better enchanting skill you have, maybe, the less charges it takes to do the same amount of magical effects. Interesting. So practice your lessons and pay heed to your masters in the magical arts. Well, yeah, skill books are always things if you're optimizing, you want to find and read later, but I'm not too concerned about that. I don't think enchanting is going to be a huge part of this playthrough since I just love hoarding items. But yeah, sad story for these poor refugees. Oh, and Lydia's here.
By my honor, I pledge. I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Hey, I didn't see you complaining when I gave you the axe of Whiterun or the Whiterun Guard's helmet, so let's not be doing that. Let's give you a single dark arrow. So now you've got an even better alternative. Oh yeah, we've got a dark mace as well. I completely forgot about that. So go with dark borax and dark mace. Oh, cut his axe. Okay. Sure. And if you want to wear this armor, Lydia, by all means. Potions, don't want to give you potions because you use the potions. Have some ale. Let's eat the spade tail. Okay, that hurts our stamina, good to know. Scale on fin, that's unique, we don't have any of those. So let's hang on to that. Ah, well, that wasn't really necessary, but okay. Ah, quest item, okay. Maybe we'll hang on to the material just in case. Alright.
Let's get going then.
Glad to hear it. So yeah, unfortunate for these people who I'm guessing were on their way to Winterhold. Did we get a level up by the way? No. Okay. How close are we to a level up? Pretty damn close. By the way, super cool that the game leaves like little things like that for you to find. I mean, Oblivion did it to some degree, but I feel like Skyrim, exploring, you find out more random stuff than in Oblivion. Oh, what's that? Ah, is this a shrine, maybe? They definitely build the statues a lot bigger in Skyrim. I guess they have to with all the mountains. Does look like a shrine. We have it marked on our map, don't we? Yeah, this is Azura's shrine. Interesting. We should go see what that's about. And it also will mark the location on our map, and that certainly will not hurt. You're a wolf or a fox? You're a little snow fox. You won't hurt me, will you? You don't even know I'm here. I wonder how, if there's anyone at this shrine, and I wonder how they'll react. Because, okay, they're not attacking me. So it's just like Oblivion, they're not hostile. Got Aranea Yeneth.
Azura has seen your coming, traveler. It was not curiosity, but fate that has led you here.
Bit of both, maybe. Seen my coming. What do you mean?
Azura has given me the gift of foresight. I had a vision of you walking up the steps to this altar, long before you were born.
What if I'm older than you?
You have been chosen to be her champion. I know it is unexpected, but do not worry. It will all unfold as she has predicted.
Very well. What does Azura need?
You must go to a fortress, endangered by water, yet untouched by it. Inside, you will find an elven mage who can turn the brightest star as black as night.
Azura doesn't like that.
It is cryptic, I know, but Azura's signs are never wrong. I believe the fortress may refer to Winterhold. Ask if they know this elven enchanter.
Alright, well, we're heading up there anyway. I'd like to know more about Azura. Black Star.
She is the goddess of dawn and dusk. Azura sees into the twilight of the future and guides her followers through it.
Yeah, she doesn't like, I think it's Azura who doesn't like undead. Are you all alone here?
Yes, there were others at first, but Azura's visions tested everyone's faith. One by one, they left, afraid to know their own future.
Well, I'm gonna leave too, but...
But I refuse to abandon the shrine. The visions are a gift. Azura warns me of tragedy, war, death, before it happens. I won't leave her guidance.
Oh. Where did this shrine come from?
My people, the Dunmer, built it. We fled from Morrowind after Vardenfell erupted, almost 200 years
Yeah,
ago.
Dunmer like their
Those
danger
of
lords.
us who were faithful to Azura were given a vision that led us away from the island before the worst came. This shrine is our thanks to her, that none will forget that she watches over us all.
Okay, new quest.
This has all been foreseen, and we must play our parts.
I see. Well, good chatting to you. Well, we're allowed to grab your food. Hopefully you've got enough there to last you a while. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna keep moving on. But good talk, man. Good
No
talk.
harm shall come to me, for I live under Azura's wisdom. Her foresight protects me, her insight sustains me.
Alright. Ooh, got some unique dialogue out of her too. Well, it looks like there is Winterhold / the College of Winterhold. sure someone in the college will probably be able to help us progress our Azura quest as well. I should probably be careful. Ooh, what's going on down there? Well, looks like the humans win this fight. Are these just your average neighborhood hunters, or are they banditos? Well, we're about to find out. Protected, but no aggression. Oh, it's just a Imperial soldier. Imperial soldier. Ooh, Amulet of Kinnereth. 10 stamina points. Won't be mad at that. We've got Talos Amulet right now, right? 20% shout cooldown reduction. 10. 10's not a lot, is it? Well, it is carry weight, to be fair. Do like cooldown reduction, but I don't use shouts that often, so. Right, Snowy Signal.
I'm warning you. Your presence is interfering with Imperial business. Be gone.
Excuse me?
Get away from me. Imperial business. Be on your way. Citizen, I'm warning you. Your presence is interfering with Imperial business. Be gone. Imperial business. Be on your way.
Oh, you killed this Stormcloak, huh? Oh. We're fighting, are we? See, I did not provoke this soldier. He just attacked me. I was just checking out what was going on here. He didn't have to do that. But if he's gonna do that, I'm gonna take action. I'm gonna strip him naked. As you do. Alright, so it looks like you can run into random Imperial Stormcloak conflicts. I guess if we were here sooner, we might have been able to help one of the Stormcloaks. Looks like they lost this one. But yeah, we can take down an Imperial soldier without too much trouble. That's useful to know. Mine? I think so. Bit of iron. It won't hurt anyone. Man, I must be cold. Not quite. I'm still not sure how this armor protects me more than like wearing armor that covers my entire body. That's video games for you. Is it up there? It's going to be up there, isn't it? Obviously. Good. Well, I do kind of want to explore down here too. It's quick save because we don't want to die. Magic barnacles. Anything interesting down here? There might be a cool trick we can do here. If we manage to somehow get up there. Big effort. Doesn't look like there's much to work with going upwards. Maybe here. No. There we go. Damn it. I was really hoping that would work. We could just discover the college and then fast travel to it. Come on, we basically found it. Let me have this game, please. I guess we're gonna have to go next to it. We're gonna have to cross the bridge. Which means we're gonna have to find a way back up there. That ain't gonna be very easy now, is it? Maybe here's a good start. Maybe not. One day we'll discover all the cities, and this will become a heck of a lot easier. Right now I'm struggling to find a pathway up. Seeing some interesting ruins here. I've got another mine. Sure, this will come in handy soon, whenever we feel like improving our smithing. Interesting with a ship icon in that direction. I guess some sort of a... Ooh, this looks like a way up. work out too well for these fellas. Ooh, bear trap. And this guy was just upset his friend was dead, so he just sat there looking sort of sad, and then just sort of died in that position. Maybe that wolf, or was that a fox? Killed him. Ooh, Canis Root, Daedra Heart, and a book called Manamarco, King of Worms. Well, it's quite apt that we would find that next to the College of Winterhold, the Mages Guild equivalent, given that Manamarco was the main enemy of the Mages Guild questline in Oblivion. I'm supposing this is a skill book of some kind. If I had to guess, Conjuration, since Manamarco was a necromancer. Alchemy. Never mind. Manamarco, King of Worms, by Horicles. Oh, sacred Isle Artaeum, where rosy light infuses air, o'er towers and through flowers gentle breezes flow, softly sloping green kissed cliffs to crashing foam below. Always springtide afternoon housed within its border, this mystic, mist-protected home of the Sigic order. Those counsellors of kings, cautious, wise, and fair, 10 years and 30 since the mighty remnants fell. Two brilliant students studied within the Sigic's fold. One's heart was light and warm, the other dark and cold. The mad latter Manamarco whirled in a deathly dance, his soul in bones and worms, the way of a necromance. Trapping and enslaving souls, he cast a wicked spell. The former Galerian had magic bold and bright as day. He confronted Manamarco beneath grey, separate tower, saying, "Your wicked mysticism is no way to wield your power. Bringing horror to the spirit world, your studies must cease." Manamarco scoffed, hating well the ways of life and peace, and returned to his dark artistry, his paints deafened decay. O sacred Isle Artaeum, how slow to perceive the threat, when the ghastly truth revealed how weak the punishment. The ghoulish Manamarco from the Isle of Wise was sent, to the mainland dawn's beauty, more deaths and souls to reap. You have found a wolf, and send a beast to flocks of sheep. Galerian told his master, the terror and Tamriel has set. Speak no more of him, the sage folks of Grey did say. 'Twas not the first time Galerian thought his master's callous, unconcerned for men and burr, aloof in their island palace. 'Twas not the first time Galerian thought 'twas time to build a new order to bring true magic to all the mighty mages guild. 'Twas the time he left at last fair Artaeum's azure bay. Oh, but some we have of vanished Galerian many times before. How cast he off the Sigic's chains, bringing magic to the land. Throughout the years he saw the touch of Manamarco's hand. Through Tamriel's deserts, forests, towns, mountains, and seas, the dark grip stretching out, growing like some dread disease. By his dark necromancers, collecting cursed artifacts of yore, they brought him to these tools, mad wizards and witches, and brought blood-tainted herbs and oils to his cave of sin. Sweet akaviri poison, dust from saints, sheaths of human skin. Toadstools, roots, and much more cluttered his alchemical shelf. Like a spider in his web, he sucked all their power into himself. Manamarco, Worm King, world's first of the undying liches. Corruption on corruption till the rot sunk to his very core, who kept the name Manamarco, his body and his mind, but a living, moving corpse as he left humanity behind. Blood in his veins became instead of poison acid stew. His power and his life increased as his fell collection grew. Mightiest were these artifacts long cursed in days of yore. They say Galerian left the guild, calling in a Morris, but untruth is a powerful stream polluting the river of time. Galerian beheld Manamarco's rise through power sublime. So his mages and lamp knights, before my last breath, face I must the tyranny of worms and kill at last some death. He led them north to cursed lands to a mountain pass. But those who survive a battle say it's like it was never seen. Armed with magicka, armed with ensorcelled sword and axe, Galerian cried echoing, Worm King, surrender your artifacts. Bring their power to me, and you shall live as befits the dead. A hollow laugh answered, you die first, Manamarco said. The mage army then clashed with the unholy force obscene. Imagine waves of fire and frost and the mountain shivers. Picture lightning arching forth, crackling in a dragon's sigh, like leaves which battle mages fly to rain down from the sky. Have the necromancer's cruel corpses burst from earth to light, to be shattered into nothingness with a flood of holy light. Oh, fight that was, not fight. The maelstrom of energy unleashed, blood cascades in rivers, like a thunderburst in the blue skies or a lion's sudden roar, like sharp razors tearing over delicate embroidered lace, so that a touch the Galerian cheek remounted to its pace. The deathly horde fell fatally, but heeding their dying cries, from the deaths the thing they called Worm King did rise. Known itself did scream in the mages and necromancers' war. His eyes burning dark fire, he opened his toothless maw. Vomiting darkness with each exhalation of his breath, all sucking in the fetid air, felt the icy touch of death. In the skies above the mountain, darkness overcame pale. The Manimarco Worm King felt his dismal powers fail. The artifacts of death pulled from his putrid skeletal claw. 1,000 good and evil perished there, and history confirms. Among, alas, vanished Galerian, he who showed the way. It seems once that Manimarco had truly died that day. Scattered team of necromancers, wicked, ghastly fools, packed in Link's guild, victors kept the accursed tools. Of him living still in undeath, Manimarco, king of worms. Children listen as the shadows cross your sleeping coach, and the village sweeps away, streets emptied of the crowds, and the moons do balefully glare through the nightly clouds. When the graveyard's people rest, we hope in eternal sleep. Listen and you'll hear the whispered tap of the footsteps creep, and pray you'll never feel the Worm King's awful touch. Alright, cool poem, although it definitely stopped rhyming at some points. I don't know if these were necromancers or just researchers, but a weird sound. But yeah, interesting poem. You learn a bit more about Manimarco, the King of Worms. Will he be making an appearance in Skyrim? Who knows? Hopefully, I would have thought we killed him in Oblivion. Oh. Key field contributions. Sometimes getting into combat summons Lydia. Maybe not in this particular case. Okay, looks like we've gone back up to the level where the college is. Oh, cool to explore down there. Find some mages killed by a bear trap. Sometimes magic isn't always the best thing. Perception, pretty handy too. Let's not drop back down there, of course. What will you tell us? Well, we're not going to make the mistake of falling down there again. Oh, this is an awkward. Might be waking up the citizens of Winterhold, but that's fine. I wonder if, I don't actually know if ores respawn, or they just take some time to replenish. Curious, that could be a finite resource there, you don't know. Alright, well, could cheese our way around here. But there it is. Here is Winterhold. Oh, hey, Lydia.
Just walk away from me. Where do you think you're going?
To the inn for a drink, of course. Where else could I even go in this god's-forsaken town?
And what? You think that'll solve all your problems?
No lollygagging.
Hey. Alright. So a little bit of lover's quarrel, perhaps.
I'd be a lot warmer and a lot happier with a belly full of meat. What is it, Red Dot? Winterhold belongs to Skyrim, not the Imperials or the mages.
Interesting.
I have to wonder, what does the Dragonborn do once he's been summoned by the Greybeards? Can the Thune be taught, like any skill?
Yeah.
Keep clear of the college.
Kind
And
of.
keep yourself out of trouble. Hands to yourself, sneak
So they
thief.
don't like the college here in Winterhold?
Watch the skies, traveler. Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet roll. Hard to believe I ever complained about Riften being cold.
Yeah.
Keep clear of the college and keep yourself out of trouble.
Alright. Cool. Looks like we may have missed the opportunity to talk to those people and get a potential quest. But it's okay. We'll live. We'll get that quest together, I'm sure. Some flour and some apples.
The Imperials think we need their laws.
Alright, so, oh, a little chicken. Yeah, not much going on here in Winterhold. You know, that one couple arguing. That's pretty much it, and the man described it as this godforsaken town of there being nowhere to go. So Winterhold, not one of the big cities, but good to get it on the map, sure. Alright, let's go into the college.
Cross the bridge at your own peril.
Oh.
The way is dangerous, and the gate will not open. You shall not gain entry.
Oh, that's unfortunate. What is this place?
Oh, forgive me. Most who arrive here do so because they have heard of the college before.
That is actually why I'm
This
here.
is the College of Winterhold, a safe haven for mages in Skyrim, a place of wisdom and arcane knowledge.
Okay, why are you out here?
I am here to assist those seeking the wisdom of the college. And if, in the process, my presence helps to deter those who might seek to do harm, so be it. The more important question is, why are you here?
Well, that's a good question. So, how about I answer that by saying I would like to find out about an Elder Scroll? Interest you? May I enter the college?
Perhaps. But what is it you expect to find within?
I want to use the power of ice and fire to destroy any who oppose me. I seek the knowledge of the Elder Scrolls. I desire to bend the will of those around me. I want to unravel the mysteries of the Furious, or I just wanted to see what it looks like inside. I'd probably say the last one to be funny, but let's be honest, I seek the knowledge of the Elder Scrolls.
Do you? It is true there are some here who have spent years studying the accumulated knowledge of the scrolls. But what you seek does not come easily, and can destroy those without a strong will. It would seem that the college has what you seek. The question now is, what can you offer the college? Not just anyone is allowed inside. Those wishing to enter must show some degree of skill.
I can
with
heal
magic.
myself.
A small test, if you will.
Interesting. So yeah, we can restore our health. It's interesting that she's like, oh, the Elder Scrolls, knowledge of the Elder Scrolls might destroy those without a strong will. You know what else destroys things without a strong will? A big, fat dragon that can bring back other dragons. That destroys a lot of people without a strong will. Alright, we can go for a persuasion test here. I think we both know I'll succeed here. Would you grant entry to the Dragonborn? I'll take your test then. Well, let's try it. Let's go for the persuasion. Worth a try, right?
No, I'm afraid I don't know anything of the sort.
Okay. Would you grant entry to the Dragonborn?
Dragonborn? It's been so long since we've had any contact with the Greybeards. Do you really have the voice?
I will shout you
I
off
would
this
be
cliff
most impressed
to your death.
see that.
Alright, you want to shout?
What was that? So the stories are true. You are Dragonborn. Normally, you'd need to show some aptitude with one of the schools of magic. But you... I think there is much that we can learn from each other.
Yeah.
I think you'll be a superb
I don't think
addition
you
to
can
the
learn
college.
shouting for Alba. You're not
Welcome,
Dragonborn.
apprentice. I'll lead you across the bridge. Once you're inside, you'll want to speak with Mirabelle Irvine, our master wizard. Please, follow me.
Good. Glad we straightened that out.
What? Oh, was that because I was shouting? Yeah, the gods don't like it when you shout. They're like, Stop that shouting. You're making our citizens sad. Your citizens should be so happy that there is a Dragonborn here protecting them. So, they should bear that in mind, especially when a dragon comes by, because dragons, they're not scared of attacking cities. Especially the smaller ones, like Winterhold.
No matter what, the college will endure.
Okay, great. We can talk to her a bit more before we follow her. Is there an elven mage here that studies stars? Or let's go non-quest related first. I'd like to know more about the college.
We are the only group left in Skyrim dedicated to the study of the arcane. There are others who study, to be sure, but they do so in private and often in secret.
What have you got for sale?
Take a look.
I'm guessing you... okay. Adept hood. Sure. Burn most of our money for that, but who cares? This is soul, I think we have. Heli soul. Not actually sure. Grab it anyway. Spell tome flames. Do we know flames? Well, either way, we probably don't have the spell tome, so that's at least an item to collect. I think that's all she has, right? Yeah. Is there any advice you can give about destruction spells?
Certainly. Destruction spells come in different forms, each useful for various purposes. Concentration spells can be cast immediately, though they're weaker. Good for a tight spot and less costly if you miss. You'll also need to decide whether to devote yourself to a single type of spell. Focusing solely on flame spells will make them more powerful, but you may find yourself at a disadvantage against foes immune to fire.
Good advice. Thank you. I'd like training in destruction magic.
I can teach you, but I won't be held responsible for what you do with the knowledge.
I don't need an adult to help me be responsible. She's a master trainer, so we may be coming back to her later, if we need to. Is there an elven mage here that studies stars?
Why specifically stars? Wait, you aren't referring to... No. There's no way you would know about that.
What is it? What happened?
It was a few years ago. A few of the mages got overconfident and were exiled. They had no talent anyway. I hear one of them, Nellikar, still hangs around the frozen hearth. Guess he has nowhere else to go, poor thing.
Speak to Nellikar. Alright.
Mirabelle will be waiting for you.
Alright, do we have to follow her? I don't know if we have to follow her, but...
No matter what, the college will endure.
We'll stay a bit further back then. Okay, so you actually can't just walk past her and go here because there's like a magical ward that stops you from going in, so they do make it so that you can't enter the Mages Guild or the College of Winterhold without passing her test. There might be a way. I've never discovered it before, but there might be a way around it. If you got a horse, you might be able to like climb up somehow. Sure, someone has probably found a way of some sort. What you weren't told discovered.
Much knowledge lies within the college's walls.
Alright, that's it. So I think we did have to follow her because the door, yeah, all of those spells would not have been able to have been, you know. Can we do anything with this? Ooh, blue aura.
I believe I've made myself rather clear.
Oh.
Yes, of course. I'm simply trying to understand the reasoning behind the decision.
You may be used to the Empire bowing to your every whim, but I'm afraid you'll find that Thalmor received no such treatment. You are a guest of the college, here at the pleasure of the Archmage. I hope you appreciate the opportunity.
Yes, of course. The Archmage has my plans.
Very good. Then we're done here.
Okay, interesting conversation. I wonder who that fellow was. Well, his name was Ancano, we saw that much. Let's grab some carrots, bucket, broom. flower. We are a member of the college now, so we can grab all their stuff. Delicious. Alright, well, let's talk to
Welcome
Mirabelle.
to the college.
I was told to come see you.
Another new student. I'm surprised at how many of you there are lately. Well, first you'll need these. While you're not required to wear them, you may find them more to your liking than your current clothes.
No, I prefer being
I'll
naked.
give you a brief tour, and then we'll get you to your first class. Are you ready to begin?
Boots, novice robes of destruction, novice hood. Interesting. Wonder why, if they always give you destruction, or if that might vary. Sorry, I'm not ready for that just yet.
I see. Well, please let me know when you are.
Alright, we'll take the Mage's Guild tour another time. So let's stay focused on the mission. Well, we don't have to, but... Alright, well, let's have a look around here then. Right, I lied, we're going to explore a little bit. Looks like there's a bunch of people just standing around. Alright, let's meet this fellow then. Ancano, was it? We're not best friends with the Thalmor. Oh, we're getting a cutscene. Nope.
Another new apprentice, I see. Are you of the sort that believe you're here to change the world? Or are you only in it for yourself? I assure you that I shall be watching you, all of you, very closely.
Do you greet everyone you like that? What was that conversation with Mirabelle about?
Your superior and I were simply having a discussion about my level of access to the college.
Your discussion sounded like an argument to me.
Well, perhaps that is why you're merely an apprentice here.
I will Fusradar you off the cliff. Is that some kind of problem?
Nothing you need to concern yourself with. I shall be quite capable of observing everything that goes on here.
Good for you. I'd like to know more about the Thalmor.
Now that stability has been established between the Dominion and the Empire, we seek only to help Skyrim.
And what's
To
your
guide
definition
its
of
people
help?
through this time of transition, to help lead them to a better future.
And what do you do here?
I am an advisor to the Archmage. The Thalmor wish to promote relations with your college.
Ah, so you're a
I am at the
diplomat.
Archmage's disposal if he requires advice.
Okay, so you're here to improve relations, yet you're treating me like trash at the moment. Really good at your job there, Ancano. Does the Archmage often ask for advice?
Perhaps not as often as he should. In time, I believe he will be more trusting.
Alright. You get on with whatever you want to do.
New here too, eh? I'd hoped I wouldn't be the only Nord, but I should have known better.
Why aren't there many Nords at the college?
Magic is shunned by most. If it can't be swung over your head and used to crack skulls, most Nords want nothing to do with it. Magic is seen as something for elves and weaker races. No offense, of course. Not at all. I consider it a blessing. My family was convinced coming here was a death sentence, or worse. It took years of insisting that this is what I'm meant to do.
Okay. Interesting question. Or interesting answer. Hope he doesn't share the view that I am a lesser race. What do you know about Ancano?
I know he's from the Thalmor, and that he claims to be here simply as an advisor. I also know that no one really believes that. I've been trying to avoid him, honestly.
Why do Nords have a problem with the college?
Well, look at the evidence. Nords generally don't trust magic, so it's not off to a good start. Throw in the Oblivion Crisis, which was caused by magic users, and the troubles now with the Aldmeri Dominion, who are elves and magic users. And finally, take the fact that the college is the only thing left standing after most of Winterhold was destroyed. It's all fairly
Yeah, well, there you go. That's a little bit of Winterhold history that I wasn't actually aware of. I saw a lot of buildings were destroyed, but I didn't put two and two together there.
All right, then.
Alright.
Welcome, welcome. We were just
Recruit a class.
Please, stay and listen. So, as I was saying, the first thing to understand is that magic is, by its very nature, volatile and dangerous. Unless you can control it, it can and will destroy you.
Sir, I think we all understand that fairly well. We wouldn't be here if we couldn't control magic.
Of course, my dear, of course. You all certainly possess some inherent natural ability. That much is not being questioned. What I'm talking about is true control, mastery of magic. It takes years, if not decades, of practice and study.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started.
Please, please. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Eagerness must be tempered with caution, or else disaster is inevitable.
But we've only just arrived here. You've no idea what any of us are capable of. Why not give us a chance to show you what we can do?
You've been quiet so far. What do you think we should do?
Not really sure what to think. I think we should learn something practical. Safety should be more important than anything. I'm not really sure what to think. I'm not master of magic. I'm just here to learn about Elder Scrolls.
Not going to weigh in either way?
Yeah, that's
I
me.
admire
Anyone
your
who knows
restraint,
me knows why.
But there are times when you must make decisions, even without all the facts. Rely on instinct.
Oh, that's not really safe, is it?
That's right. Let's just give it a chance. What's the worst that could happen?
All right, let's settle down. I suppose we can try something practical. In continuing with our theme of safety, we'll start with wards. Wards are protective spells that block magic. I'll teach you all a ward, and we'll see if you can successfully use it to block spells, all right? Would you mind helping me with the demonstration? Are you at all familiar with ward spells?
I don't know any ward spells.
That's all right. I can teach you a very basic ward, one that's enough for the purposes of this lesson. Now, if you'll just stand right over there, I'll cast a spell at you, and you block it with the ward. Here we go. Over there, please, just opposite me. Wouldn't want anyone else in the way.
Alright, well, let's learn how to use it first. Oh, wait, did you just give us a spell,
Now,
like, off of that? Yeah.
Cast the ward spell, and keep it up. Hold still. Excellent work. Well, I think this is an excellent start. I'd like you all to continue practicing with wards, please. I think perhaps we're ready to begin exploring some of the various applications of magic throughout history. The college has undertaken a fascinating excavation in the ruins of Sarthal nearby.
We read about that.
It's an excellent learning opportunity.
Sarthal?
I suggest we meet there in a few hours and see what awaits us inside. That's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, class dismissed. I didn't really mean... Well, I knew this was going to start. But, there we go. Talk deer outside Sarthal. Okay, looks like he's going to be on his way very shortly. Where's that? These two?
Good to see Skyrim still has such fine people. You give an old man hope.
Can you... Or what have you got for sale?
Take a look.
Okay, you have a bunch of soul gems and gear. Candlelight, mage light, oak flesh, stone flesh, staff of fury. Cool. Can you tell me more about wards?
The key to wards is that they take time to charge. Not long, but you can't start casting with a fireball coming at you. Also, if your ward isn't negated by an incoming spell, it will recharge itself after a moment or two. Just be careful. Casting wards requires constant concentration, and you can easily find yourself drained of your magicka reserves.
I appreciate you regularly bending your knees to illustrate that point. Can you trade me an alteration magic?
I can certainly share a bit of what I know.
Okay, Master Alteration Trainer. So I guess all the Master Magic Trainers probably in the college.
All right, then.
College is a bit of an oddity in Skyrim. Magic isn't something that's looked upon fondly here.
Let's meet
Nords don't trust magic or those that use it. Made it difficult for me growing up.
Let's meet Jazargo.
You are new, yes? Have you mastered the expert-level distraction spells yet?
Nah. Not yet, but I will. That's far beyond... Yeah, that's far beyond my levels. I don't know if I intend to, but...
Is it? This is disappointing. Jazargo hoped there might be one who could keep pace with his accomplishments.
I can shout you to death. Let's find out more about him. Why did you become a student at the college? Or can we go through all of these? You seem excited to be here.
Oh yes, Jazargo hopes to find things that will make him a more powerful mage here. Hopefully small things that fit inside pockets and will not be noticed if they are missing.
Of course, yeah. Why did you become a student?
Mages in Cyrodiil are all about politics. The Synod and the College of Whispers are too busy guarding secrets to bother to teach. Skyrim was not Jazargo's first choice, but Winterhold is removed from politics, dedicated to study. This is the place for Jazargo to become great.
Yeah, about the removed from politics thing, looks like the Falmor trying to change that real quick. Not everything is a competition, you know.
Oh, but you are wrong. The only reason you could disagree is because you are losing so badly you cannot see it.
You want me to shout you off the edge of a cliff? I know I've threatened a lot of people with that so far, and I intend to do it more. You seem very sure of yourself.
There is much for Jazargo to be sure of. There is skill in magic, there is charm, and there is a strong will. Jazargo will be successful. Of this there is no doubt.
Fair enough, Jay.
May you walk on warm sands.
I have many important things on my mind.
Yep,
Your
still a bit.
concerns are not among them.
So you got Archmage's quarters, requires key. Makes sense. We can go into the Arcaneum. Apparently, is where we can find out about Elder Scrolls. Okay, I'm guessing all of this stuff doth not belong to us. So I missed some dialogue? Maybe not. Okay. Just making sure that this stuff, taking this stuff, was actually considered stealing. The Legend of Red Eagle, I believe that's the book about Sarthal. Investigator's Chest Master. Interesting. Drevis, who seems a little upset with my presence there. Quite a few people in the library. Cool. Good for them. Let's meet some people. Travis, what are you saying?
You can see me?
Well, I want to be honest here, Travis. Of course I can.
Confound it all, I was quite sure I was invisible. Or at least transparent.
I wonder what happens if you play along. I'd like you to trade me in illusion magic. I don't know if you necessarily have much to show me there. Which are the best illusion spells?
Oh my, that's quite a difficult question. Never underestimate the ability to influence others. Whether they're friends or foes, they're almost all susceptible to illusion spells. They can turn the tide of a battle in a moment's notice. There are also spells that help in avoiding conflict altogether. Invisibility is tricky to master, but exceptionally useful.
Yeah, tricky to master, eh? What have you got for
Take
sale?
a look.
Okay, mostly all the same. More illusion-related stuff, though. Calm, clairvoyance, courage, fear, fury, muffle. Yeah, cool stuff. Can't afford none of it, but, you know.
I shall explain to you the mysteries of the Outer Realms. Yep, Master Illusion, there we go.
there any college business I can assist
There may
with?
be a matter in which your skills could be useful.
I can hesitate.
The various points of focus for magic energies around the college have become polluted and need cleansing.
Alright, so I'm the janitor here. Alright, I'll help.
Very well. These specially enchanted gloves will allow you to delve directly into the focal points for these energies. Go to each focal point and remove whatever impurities you may find there. Return the gloves to me when you have finished. Please exercise caution. This is not a procedure without possible consequences.
Cleanse the focal points for magical energies around the college. What do you need me to do?
Use the gloves to clear the focal points. Return to me when you have finished. I thought I made this rather clear.
Well, you also thought you were invisible, so why don't you get off my back, Travis?
All right, then.
Sounded like he was responding to me. Finis Gestor. What can I do you for?
If you require assistance with summoning techniques, please let me know. If you would, please also contain your summons to the college grounds. The locals do not need to be agitated further by Atronachs roaming their town.
I can see why that would be terrifying.
The summoning of undead is even less advisable outside the college.
What you got to say?
So you wish to master the arcane arts?
Okay, so you're the conjuration guy here. Found weapons, conjure, flame extract. Interesting. We can't afford anything, but good to know. Are there many conjurers outside the college?
Not within society, no. Many who practice within the School of Conjuration do so on their own, secretly.
Necromancers.
Thalion is the only one I know who is public about what he does. He was once my teacher here, but left the college years ago.
Summoning undead isn't frowned upon?
By sure no. Those archaic policies died out with the Mages Guild, and were never enforced here. Necromancy, as any other type of magic, is a tool to be used. Of course, non-mages may not see it that way, so we don't go around flaunting it.
Yeah, that is interesting. So remember, the entire Oblivion Mages Guild quest was like, necromancy is bad, bad necromancy. It was never illegal, and it looks like the College of Winterhold is just like, you know what, if you want to, like, reanimate corpses, I ain't gonna do anything about it. Why did Thalion leave the college?
He didn't like the Archmage. Hated dealing with him. Hated having to answer to him. Thalion said he hated what this place was becoming, so he just left. Arin found a note on his desk, and that was it. I understand he settled down in Hjalmarch, and his presence there caused something of a
Let me guess,
problem.
I've got to investigate. Oh, no. Maybe not. Can you teach me that conjuration?
I'll teach you some of what I know, but be careful.
Okay. Only an expert. Interesting.
All right, then.
Okay. So, that's the guy we have to talk to, but who's this? Neria. Neria, now Farah. That was a terrible joke.
It's lies. All of it. I don't care what she told you. It's all lies.
Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about.
No? Well, then she hasn't gotten to you yet. But she will. And don't you believe a word of it.
Alright, how about... Okay, so somehow I know it's Feralda. What do you know about Onkano?
Don't trust that one. He's up to something. Most here are up to something, of course, but in his case, it's not good. I haven't figured it out yet, but I will. He is rather handsome, though, isn't he?
That wasn't my first thought, but, you know, each to their own. What's your problem with Feralda?
My problem with her? She's the one who has a problem with me.
No, I'm getting into a cat fight.
She's threatened by me, by my skill as a wizard, by my elegance and posture, by my superior good looks. But she is not going to get the better of me. Oh no, I won't let it get to me one bit. That's what she's after. She's trying to undermine my confidence, make me doubt myself. Well, it won't work, I tell you.
Sounds like she's getting in your head just a little bit there, Nia.
All right then.
Yeah. Alright, cool. No quest on that yet. Oh, interesting. He's got Verizon Fall of a Blaze on his desk, but it looks like this guy, Urag Groshub, he seems to be the library owner here.
I don't want to see you treating any of these books poorly. Are we clear?
Ow.
Okay, I just wanted to do that. Like, if you don't treat any of my books poorly, well, I'll treat them how I want to treat them. Alright, Urag, you got an Elder Scroll in one
Hundreds
of
of
these?
years have gone into assembling this collection. It's going to stay pristine, understand?
Alright.
You are now in the Arcanium, of which I am in charge. It might as well be my own little plane of oblivion. Disrupt my Arcanium, and I will have you torn apart by angry Atronachs.
No, you didn't.
Now, do you require assistance?
Okay. So we can obviously ask him about the Elder Scroll. What have you got for sale?
Please make sure your hands are clean before touching anything, all right?
I'm guessing he's going to have a lot of books. Probably some we haven't read. Most of which we probably haven't read. So let's pick up what we can here. 2920 Sun's Height V7. Let's
Right then.
double check. This isn't actually up to date, but I don't think we have read.
You need a book? You talk. I have a few things laying around that weren't worth adding to the collection. You may look through them.
Alright, let's buy this. We've read A Gentleman's Guide to Whiterun. I do not believe we have read Azir Shragi Jazeri, which I think was a hand-to-hand skill book, if I remember right, in Oblivion. Anything else? Affordable Heretical Thoughts. We've read. Can't afford that. Colwyn the Dragon. Now we're just looking for anything 2 gold or under. Okay, cool. Got ourselves a few things there. Is there any college business I can assist with?
If you're feeling adventurous, I'm always looking for someone to procure valuable books from some more dangerous locations.
I'm ready for some adventure.
Well, all right. Here. I scribbled down the last place I'd heard about. Check it out, but be careful.
I can't remember if this is like a Radiant quest, or if this is like there's a set number of books to find, but I think you can keep coming back to them. Find the cost of, was it Souls Black and White, something like that? Are there any special books you're looking for?
As a matter of fact, there are. Have you ever heard of Shalador? Immensely powerful mage, back in the First Era. Had an understanding of magic few have ever matched. He holed himself up in Labyrinthian, and devoted all his time to research and study. But more than you would imagine possible. Since then, his writings have been scattered all over Skyrim, but are little use to anyone who can't translate them. I'm one of the few who can. I've heard whispers of more of his work having turned up. If you can track it down, it may prove useful to all of us.
Alright. Okay, the Shalador. Shalador's insights, cool. You take your work very seriously.
Of course I do. If I didn't, most of these books would have been burned to ashes or dissolved to nothing before the Third Era. Mages need to be reminded to be careful around research materials.
This is quite an impressive library. Let's just keep buttering him up before we ask him for an Elder
mage
Scroll.
is only as good as what he knows. I try to make sure as much knowledge is available as possible. We've been keeping this collection since the Second Era. Books have come and gone during that time, but it's mostly intact.
Cool. Well, now that I've made you like me, I'm looking for an Elder Scroll.
And what do you plan to do with it? Do you even know what you're asking about? Or are you just someone's errand
I will
boy?
burn your library to a crisp. Let's indulge his. He wants us to ask him more, so let's ask him more. Tell me more about the Elder Scrolls, O wise Urag Groshub.
I knew it. Everyone comes in here expecting my help, but they don't even have the proper questions. An Elder Scroll is an instrument of immense knowledge and power. To read an Elder Scroll, a person must have the most rigorously trained mind, or else risk madness. Even so, the Divines usually take the reader's sight as a price.
Alright, price for what?
The simplest way to put it is knowledge, but there's nothing simple about an Elder Scroll. It's a reflection of all possible futures and all possible pasts. Each reader sees different reflections through different lenses and may come away with a different reading. But at the same time, all of it is true, even the falsehoods, especially the falsehoods.
Oh, that makes sense. Got another convoluted time theory, quantum theory. Scary. Who wrote the Elder Scrolls?
It would take a month to explain to you how that very question doesn't even make sense.
I've got a month.
The scrolls exist here, with us, but also beyond and beneath, before and after. They are bits of divine-made substance, so we could know them. Sorry, talking about the scrolls, you usually end up in irritating and vague metaphors like that. Some people who study them devoutly go mad.
Alright, so do you have one that I could use, you know? Just quick over-the-counter transaction. I'll give you 10 gold, you give me an Elder Scroll.
Ha! You think that even if I did have one here, I would let you see it? It would be kept under the highest security. The greatest thief in the world wouldn't be able to lay a finger on it.
That's a reference. The greatest thief in the world would never be able to steal an Elder Scroll, right? I love all the Oblivion references. For those who don't know, the finale of the Thieves Guild questline in Oblivion, you do steal an Elder Scroll for the Grey Fox from the Imperial Palace, so I did appreciate that one there. What about the Dragonborn?
What about? Wait, were you the one the Greybeards were calling? I'll bring everything we have on them, but it's not
He just
much.
believed me.
So don't get your hopes up. It's mostly lies, leavened with rumor and conjecture.
Alright, thank you.
Until next time.
So you're about to fetch some stuff. Alright, in the meantime, let's do some reading. Alright, we got 29... Wait, we've got flames. We've got 2920, Sun's Height V7. Sun's Height, Book 7 of 2920, The Last Year of the First Era, by Karlovac Townway. 4 Sun's Height 2920, The Imperial City, Cyrodiil. The Emperor Raymond III and his potentate Versidue took a stroll around the Imperial Gardens. Started with statuary and fountains, the North Gardens fit the Emperor's mood, as well as being the coolest acreage in the city during the heat of summertide. Austere, tiered flower beds of blue, grey and green towered all around them as they walked. Vivek has agreed to the prince's terms for peace, said Raymond. My son will be returning in 2 weeks' time. This is excellent news, said the potentate carefully. I hope the Dudma will honour the terms. We might have asked for more, a fortress at Black Gate, for example. I suppose the prince knows what is reasonable. He would not cripple the empire just for peace. I have been thinking lately of Rija and what caused her to plot against my life, said the emperor, pausing to admire a statue of the slave queen Alessia before continuing. The only thing I can think of to account for it is that she admired my son too much. She may have loved me for my power and my personality, but he, after all, is young and handsome, and will one day inherit my throne. She must have thought that if I were dead, she could have an emperor who had both youth and power. The prince was in on this plot, asked Versidue Shea. It was a difficult game to play, anticipating where the emperor's paranoia would strike next. Oh, I don't think so, said Raymond, smiling. No, my son loves me well. Are you aware that Corda, Roger's sister, is an initiate of the Morwa Conservatorium in Hegathe? Asked the potentate. Morwa? Asked the emperor. I've forgotten. Which god is that? That's the fertility goddess of the Yokudans, replied the potentate, but not too lusty, like Debella. Demure, but certainly sexual. I am through with lusty women. The empress, Risha, all too lusty. The lust for love leads to a lust for power. The emperor shrugged his shoulders. But a priestess in training with a certain healthy appetite sounds ideal. Now, what were you saying about the Black Gate? 6 Sun's Height 2920, Thurzo Fortress, Cyrodiil. Risha stood quietly looking at the cold stone floor while the Emperor spoke. He had never before seen her so pale and joyless. She might at least be pleased that she was being freed, being returned to her homeland. Why, if she left now, she could be in Hammerfell by the Merchants' Festival. Nothing he said seemed to register any reaction from her. A month and a half stay in Thurzo Fortress seemed to have killed her spirit. I was thinking, said the Emperor at last, of having your younger sister called up to the palace for a time. I think she would prefer it over the conservatorium in Hegathe, don't you? Reaction at last. Risha looked at the Emperor with animal hatred, flinging herself at him in a rage. Her fingernails had grown long since her imprisonment, and she raked them across his face, into his eyes. He howled with pain, and his guards pulled her off, pummeling her with blows from the back of their swords until she was knocked unconscious. The healer was called at once, but the Emperor Raymond III had lost his right eye. Damn. What a way for an emperor to lose his eye, by just goading a random, well, not a random, but a prisoner, I guess. 23 Sun's Height, 2920, Balmora, Morrowind. Vivek pulled himself from the water, feeling the heat of the day washed from his skin, taking a towel from one of his servants. Sophasil watched his old friend from the balcony. Looks like you've picked up a few more scars since I last saw you, said the sorcerer. Azura granted that I have no more for a while, laughed Vivek. When did you arrive? A little over an hour ago, said Sophasil, walking down the stairs to the water's edge. I thought I was coming to end the war, but it seems you've done it without me. Yes, 80 years is long enough for ceaseless battle, replied Vivek, embracing Sophasil. We made concessions, but so did they. When the old Emperor is dead, we may be entering a golden age. Prince Drulek is very wise for his age. Where is Almalexia? Collecting the Duke of Mournhold. They should be here tomorrow afternoon. The men were distracted at a sight from around the corner of the palace. A rider was approaching through the town, heading for the front steps. It was evident that the woman had been riding hard for some time. They met her in the study, where she burst in, breathing hard. We have been betrayed, she gasped. The Imperial Army has seized the Black Gate. 24 Sun's Height, 2920, Balmora, Morrowind. It was the first time in 17 years that the three members of the Morrowind Tribunal had met in the same place, since Sophasil had left for Artaean. All three wished that the circumstances of their reunion were different. From what we've learned, while the prince was returning to Cyrodiil to the south, a second Imperial army came down from the north, said Vivek to his stony-faced compatriots. It is reasonable to assume Drulek didn't know about the attack. But neither would it be unreasonable to suppose that he planned on being a distraction while the Emperor launched the attack on Blackgate, said Sophasil. This must be considered a break of a truce. Where is the Duke of Mournhold? Asked Vivek. I would hear his thoughts on the matter. He is meeting with the Night Mother in Tel Arun, said Almalexia quietly. I told him to wait until he had spoken with you, but he said that the matter had waited long enough. You would involve the Morag Tong in outside affairs? Vivek shook his head and looked at Sophasil. Please, do what you can. Assassination will only move us backwards. This matter must be settled with diplomacy or battle. 25 Sun's Height, 2920, Tel Arun, Morrowind. The Night Mother met Sophasil in her salon, lit only by the moon. She was cruelly beautiful, dressed in a simple silk black robe, lounging across her divan. With a gesture, she dismissed her red-cloaked guards and offered the sorcerer some wine. You only just missed your friend, the Duke, she whispered. He was very happy, but I think we will solve this problem for him. Did he hire Morag Tong to assassinate the Emperor? Asked Sophasil. You're straightforward, aren't you? That's good. I love plain-speaking men. It saves so much time. Of course, I cannot discuss with you what the Duke and I talked about, she smiled. It would be bad for business. What if I were to offer you an equal amount of gold for you not to assassinate the Emperor? The Morag Tong murders for the glory of Methala and for profit, she said, speaking into her glass of wine. We do not merely kill, that would be sacrilege. Once the Duke's gold has arrived in 3 days' time, we will do our end of the business. And I'm afraid we would not dream of entertaining a counter-offer. Though we are a business as well as a religious order, we do not bow to supply and demand, Sophasil. 27 Sun's Height, 2920, the Inner Sea, Morrowind. Sophasil had been watching the waters for 2 days now, waiting for a particular vessel, and now he saw it, a heavy ship with a flag of Mournhold. The sorcerer took the air and intercepted it before it reached harbour. The call of flame erupted over his figure, disguising his voice and form into that of a Daedra. Abandon your ship, he bellowed, if you would not sink with it. In truth, Sophasil could have exploded the vessel with but a single ball of fire, but he chose to take his time to give the crew a chance to dive off into the warm water. When he was certain there was no one living aboard, he focused his energy into a destructive wave that shook the air and water as it discharged. The ship and the Duke's payment to the Morag Tong sunk to the bottom of the inner sea. Night, Mother, thought Sophasil as he floated towards shore to alert the harbour master that some sailors were in need of rescue. Everyone bows to supply and demand. The year is continued in Last Seed. Okay, we read one of the other 2920 books. Can't remember which one it was though. Okay, Azir Triki Jazeri by Anonymous. This is an absurd book, but like all things Khajiiti, as the expression goes, Salzi Vabazarita Mazi, or absurdity has become necessity. Much of what I have to say has probably never been written before, and if it has, no one has read it. The Imperials feel that everything must be written down for posterity, but every Khajiiti kitten born in elsewhere knows his history. He drinks it in with his mother's milk. Wait, let me just double check. We haven't read it. Not in Skyrim anyway. Fairly recently, however, her struggles to win back our homeland from the rapacious Count of Leowin have attracted sympathetic persons, even Imperials who wish to join our cause but it seems do not understand our ways. Leowin, the southernmost city of the Cyrodiil, and right on the border of elsewhere, I believe. Our enemies, of course, do not understand us either, but that is as we wish it. A weapon in our arsenal. Our non-Khajiiti friends, however, should know who we are, why we are, and what we are doing. The Khajiit mind is not engineered for self-reflection. We simply do what we do, and let the world be damned. To put into words and rationalize our philosophy is foreign, and I cannot guarantee that even after reading this, you will understand us. Grasp this simple truth. Khazi no vano fazina waliz. When I contradict myself, I am telling the truth. We are the Renrija Kryn, the mercenaries' grin, the laugh of the landless, and the smiling scum would all be fair translations. It is a derogatory expression, but it is amusing, so we have adopted it. We have anger in our hearts, but not on our faces. We fight for elsewhere, but we do not ally ourselves with the Main, who symbolizes our land. We believe in justice, but do not follow laws. Khazi no vano fazina waliz. These are not for rules, for there is no word for rules in Ta'agra. Kuldumar fizrini, foolish concepts. 1. Vabado shurdur, it is good to be brave. We are struggling against impossible odds, against the very empire of Tamriel. Our cause is the noblest cause of all, defense of home. If we fail, we betray our past and our future. Our dead are risalidad, which may be interpreted as martyrs, in the truest best sense of that word, which is so often misused. We honour their sacrifice, and beneath our smiles mourn them deeply. Our bravery most obviously shows in the smile that is the Kryn part of our name. This does not mean that we walk about grinning like the idiotic baboonish Imga of Valenwood. We simply are entertained by adversary. We find an equal fair fight tiresome in the extreme. We confidently smile because we know our victory in the end is assured. And we know our smiles drive our enemies insane. 2. Baba Marzi Lajito, it is necessary to run away. We are struggling against impossible odds against the very empire of Tamriel. Honor is in madness. Yes, we love the Renrija Kryn who died in brave battle against the forces of the empire, but I guarantee you that each of those Grisalidad had an escape route he or she failed to use and died saying, damn. When the great Saint-Chirat comes to the Semisil steppes, he will find himself unable to hunt, unable to sleep as the tiny Alfiq leap onto his back, biting him, and running off before he has a chance to turn his great body to face them. Eventually, though, he may stubbornly hope to catch the Alfiq. Saint-Chirat always leaves. They are our cousins, the Alfiq, and we have adopted their strategy against the great tiger of Leowin. Do not ally yourself with the Renrij if you yearn to be part of a mighty army, marching resolutely forth for whom retreat is anathema. We will laugh at your suicidal idiocy as we slip into the reeds of the river and watch the inevitable slaughter. 3. For José Varvar. Enjoy life. Life is short. If you have not made love recently, please put down this book and take care of that with all haste. Find a wanton lass or a frisky lad, or several in whatever combination your wise loins direct, and do not under any circumstances play hard to get. Our struggle against the colossal forces of oppression can wait. Good, welcome back. We and Rija Kryn live and fight together, and know that Leowyn and the Empire will not give way very soon, likely not in our lifetimes. In the time we have, we do not want our closest comrades to be dour, dull, colourless, sober, and virginal. If we did, we would have joined the Emperor's blades. Do not begrudge us our lewd jokes, our bawdy drunken nights, our moon sugar. They are the pleasures that Leowyn denies us, and so we take our good humour very seriously. 4. Fusose Vardar. Kill without qualm. Life is short, very short, as many have learned when they have crossed her and Rija Kryn. We fight dirty. If an enemy is facing us, we might consider our options, and even slip away if his sword looks too big. If his back is to us, however, I personally favour knocking him down and then jumping on his back where the bones snap with a gratifying crunch. Of course, it is up to you and your personal style. 5. Azir Duralis. We give freely to the people. Let us not forget our purpose. We are fighting for our families. The Khajiiti driven from the rich, fertile shores of Lake Makapi and the river Malapi, where they and their ancestors lived since time immemorial. It is our battle, but their tragedy. We must show them, lest they are swayed by other rhetoric, that we are fighting for them. The Bane, the Emperor, and the Count can give speeches, pass laws, and living life in the open, explain their positions and philosophies to their people to stave off the inevitable revolution. Extra-legal entities such as the Rija Kryn must make our actions count for our words. This means more than fighting the good fight and having a laugh at our befuddled adversaries. It means engaging and seducing the people. Ours is not a military war, it is a political war. If the people rise up against our oppressors, they will retreat, and we will win. Give to these people whenever possible gold, moon sugar, and our strong arms, and though they hide, their hearts will be with us. 6. Azir Tragicazeri, title of the book. We justly take by force. Let us not forget our purpose. We are thieves and thugs, smugglers and saboteurs. If we cannot take a farm, we burn it to the ground. If the Imperial's garrison in a glorious ancient stronghold beloved by our ancestors will not yield, we tear the structure apart. If the only way to rescue the land from the Leowyn misappropriation is to make it uninhabitable by all, so be it. We want our life and our home back as it was 20 years ago. But if that is not realistic, then we will accept a different, simple, pragmatic goal. Revenge with a smile. Alright. Interesting concept there. So Leowyn might be in some trouble. We've got Kolb and the Dragon. Oddly enough, our mouse will not go over. Kolb and the Dragon, an adventure for Nord boys. Oh, this is a kid's book. 1. Kolb was a brave Nord warrior. One day, his chief asked Kolb to slay an evil dragon that threatened their village. Go through the mountain pass, Kolb, his chief said. You will find the dragon on the other side. Turn to page 2. Oh, it's one of those books, the text adventure books, like, something Livingston made these books. What were some of the names of them? They were like, I can't remember any of the names. I think Legend of Zagor was one. But the text adventure books, where it's basically you turn to different pages depending on the choices you make. Your character has stats. You have what you roll for at the beginning. You make decisions. Yeah, it's one of those books. I'm not sure how this is going to work with. We'll try it. Let's try it. You'll find the dragon on the other side. Turn to page 2. Oh, this is super cool. I didn't know Skyrim had this. Kolb took his favourite axe and shield and walked to the pass, where he found a cold cave, a windy cave, and a narrow trail. Enter the cold cave, page 17. Enter the windy cave, 8. Walk up the trail, 12. So you would make a decision here, and you would turn to the relevant page. So I am going to, in the spirit of randomness, I'm going to pick a random number, and I'm just going to go with that. Pretty sure I have an app for this. There we go. Pretty random. Gonna download. Okay, can I choose? Okay. Okay, we are going into the windy cave. So we go to 8. A strong gust of wind blew Kolb's torch out and knocked him into a pit, where split his head and died. The end. Okay. So, yeah. So in those adventure books, of course, if you die, it's the end. And some choices you make just instantly kill you. Should we try again? Let's try again. Let's go to the Cold Cave. Number 17. I have a feeling this might also kill us. This seems like a pretty simple book because there's a lot of the ends here. Kolb stepped into the frozen cave, but his gnawed blood kept him warm. A smelly tunnel climbed ahead of him, and wind howled from another to his left. A ladder was nearby as well. Right, smelly, windy, or ladder. Let's try ladder. Climbing up, Kolb found a camp. He met a wise man who shared bread and showed 2 paths to the dragon's lair. One went through the hills, the other through a marsh. Take the hills or the marsh? Let's go hills. Kolb stepped onto a rocky hill. He could see a dragon sleeping below, and a tavern off the road nearby. Climb down or visit tavern? Let's go to the tavern. I'm picking these all randomly, by the way. I'm not choosing, in case it seemed that way. Kolb stopped at the tavern to rest before fighting the dragon. High elves ran the tavern, however, and poisoned his mead so they could steal his gold. The end. Nice. We wouldn't have thought that would happen. But yeah, let's go back to our last save point and try and continue. Let's see what happens when we climb down. Number 16. Kolb found the lair where the dragon slept, tendrils of smoke waiting from its nostrils. The air made Kolb's eyes sting, and he nearly slipped on the bones of men. Picked clean, the beast lay on its side, the throat and belly both waiting targets. Strike the neck or strike the belly? Let's go for the neck. The head of the axe lodged itself in the tough, scaly neck of a beast. It wailed and thrashed, but Kolb held on and eventually soared through the neck, killing the beast. Kolb returned home victorious, and his village was never bothered by the dragon again. The end. Yay, we won. I want to go back and explore the different possibilities though. It doesn't seem like there's too many. So what happens if we go for the belly? Kolb crept towards the belly of a beast, but no sooner had he taken his eyes off the head of a beast than it snapped him up and ate him whole, axe and all. The end. Nice. I want to go back, but I can't remember which numbers. So 7. We've done. How do we get to 7? Or was it 3? We started at 1, 2, then we went to the cold cave. We took the ladder. And then we had hills or marsh. We took the hills. Yeah. So if we went to the marsh, treading through the marsh, Kolb discovered a wailing ghost blocking his way. Attack ghost or give gold? Let's attack the ghost. What would the ghost do with gold, right? Kolb swung his axe as hard as he could, but the ghost hardly seemed to notice. The ghost drifted into Kolb, and a deep sleep took him over from which he never awoke. The end. Yeah, that could have gone better. So, what was give the ghost gold? 10. Kolb remembered the story his gran told him and tossed 2 gold chits for the ghost, and it faded away, allowing him to pass. Going to page 7. And yeah, we're back to leaving the marsh behind him. Kolb could see the dragon's lair nearby, as well as a small welcoming tavern. Lair or tavern. It's the same choice, isn't it? Yeah. There was another choice before that, right? Well, we took the hills before, then we took the marsh, so I guess we don't need to do 12 again. Wait, no, it didn't. Yeah, wait. Struggling to. Yeah, we took the ladder, then we had Hillsville Marsh. Okay. So now instead of climbing the ladder, could have taken the smelly or windy tunnels. Okay, windy tunnel 8. Oh, we already. Okay. So some of these lead to the same place, which is unfortunate. Following the stench, Cole found a filthy orc. The orc snarled and charged Cole with a spiked club, raised shield or swing axe. Let's protect ourselves. The orc cackled as his club splintered Cole's shield and smashed into his face. There Cole died and the orc had soup from his bones. The end. Okay, so that wasn't the right one. Before the orc could strike, Kolb swung his mighty axe. The orc's head and club fell uselessly to the floor. Turn to page 3. Yeah, not as advanced as the other books, but that makes sense. And then, yeah, we've done this part before. Where else? Is that it? I think that might be all the possible options. Yeah, that sounds about it. Fun though. Cool if they implemented something like that. We also got something called Urag's Note. Book, Souls Black and White. Location, Vollenrood. Okay, cool. So we need to go to this place called Vollenrood, which I believe is related to another quest. So, yeah, so many quests in Skyrim that you're bound to find quests happen at the same place. But yeah, good reading. Alright,
Here you go. Try not to spill anything on them.
Alright, I believe you gave me these 2 books. We got Effects of the Elder Scrolls. Let's have a read. It is widely known among scholars that the Elder Scrolls entail a certain hazard in their very reading. The mechanism of the effect has at present been largely unknown. Theories of hidden knowledge and divine retribution were the subject of idle speculation with little investigation. What I, Justinius Polonius, have undertaken to thoroughly document the ailments afflicted by the Elder Scrolls on their readers, though a unified theory of how they manifest continues to elude me and remains a subject for future study. I have grouped the effects into 4, finding that the avenue of experience depends largely upon the mind of a reader. If this is unclear, I hope that a proper dichotomy will lay it plain. Group the first. The Naifs, for one who has received no training in the history or nature of the Elder Scrolls, the scroll itself is effectively inert. No prophecy can be scried, nor knowledge obtained. So that explains when we read the Elder Scroll in Oblivion for the Grey Fox. Because we had no knowledge of how to do anything with Elder Scrolls, it didn't affect us at all. While the scroll will not impart learning to the uninformed, nor will it afflict them in any adverse fashion. Visually, the scroll will appear to be awash in odd lettering and symbols. Those who know their astronomy often claim to recognize constellations in their patterns and connections, but such conjecture is impossible to further investigate since the very nature of this study necessitates unlearned subjects. Group the second. The unguarded intellects. It is this second group that realizes the greatest danger from attempting to read the scrolls. These are subjects who have an understanding of the nature of the Elder Scrolls and possess sufficient knowledge to actually read what is inscribed there. They have not, however, developed adequate discipline to stave off the mind-shattering effect of having a glimpse of infinity. These unfortunate souls are struck immediately, irrevocably, and completely blind. Such is the price for overreaching one's faculties. It bears mentioning, though, that with the blindness also comes a fragment of that hidden knowledge. Whether the future, the past, or the deep natures of being is dependent on the individual and their place in the greater spheres. But the knowledge does come. Group the third, mediated understanding. Alone in Tamriel, it would appear that only the cult of the ancestor Moth has discovered the discipline to properly guard one's mind when reading the scrolls. Though, to be fair, even they go blind after reading them, don't they? If we remember from Oblivion, the cult of the ancestor Moth were previous monks from the palace that had gone blind from reading Elder Scrolls. Their novitiates must undergo the most rigorous mental cultivation. They often spend a decade or more at the monastery before being allowed to read their first Elder Scroll. The monks say this is for the initiate's own protection, as they must have witnessed many unguarded intellects among their more eager ranks. With appropriate fortitude, these readers also receive blindness, but with a far lesser magnitude than the unguarded. Their vision fogs slightly, but they retain shape, colour, and enough acuity to continue to read mundane texts. Pretty sure they were completely blind in Oblivion, but okay. The knowledge they gain from the scroll is also tempered somewhat. It requires stages of meditation and reflection to fully appreciate and express what one saw. Group the fourth, illuminated understanding. Between the previous group and this one exists a continuum that has at present only been traversed by the monks of the ancestor Moth. With continued readings, the monks become gradually more and more blind, but receive greater and more detailed knowledge. As they spend their waking hours pondering the revelations, they also receive a further degree of mental fortitude. There is for every monk a day of penultimate reading, when the only knowledge the Elder Scroll imparts is that the monk's next reading shall be his last. For each monk, the penultimate reading comes at a different and unknowable time. Preliminary work has been done to predict the occurrence by charting the severity of an individual monk's blindness. But all who reach these later stages report that the increasing blindness seems to taper with increased readings. Some pose the notion that some other unseen sense is in fact continuing to diminish at this upper range. But I shall leave such postulations to philosophers. To prepare for his ultimate reading, a monk typically withdraws to seclusion in order to reflect upon a lifetime of revelations and appoint his mind for reception of his last. Upon this final reading, he is forever blinded as sure as those unguarded ones who race to knowledge. The illuminated one, though, has retained his understanding over a lifetime and typically possesses a more integral notion of what has been revealed to him. It is hoped that this catalogue will prove useful to those who wish to further our mortal understanding of the Elder Scrolls. The Moth priests remain aloof about these matters, taking the gradual debilitation that comes with reading as a point of pride. May this serve as a useful starting point for those hoping to take up such study. Dictated to Anstius Michin, 4th of last seed in the 126th year of the Second Era. Who? What's that? Now, ruminations on the Elder Scrolls, which starts with discerning the transmundane quest. Ask Urag about the insane book. Ruminations on the Elder Scrolls by Septimus Cygnus, College of Winterhold. Imagine living beneath the waves of a strong-sighted blessing and most excellent fabric. Holding the fabric over your gills, you would begin to breathe, drink its warp and weft. While the plant matter fibers imbue your soul, the wretched plankton would pollute the cloth until it stank to heavens of prophecy. This is one manner in which the scrolls first came to pass. But are we the sea, or the breather, or the fabric, or are we the breath itself? Can we flow through the scrolls as knowledge flows through, being the water, or are we the stuck morris of sea filth that gathers on the edge? Imagine again, this time but different. A bird cresting the wind is lifted by a gust and down by a stone. But the stone can come from above if the bird is upside down. Where, then, did the gust come from, and which direction? Did the god send either, or has the bird decreed their presence by her own mind-making? The all-sight of the scrolls makes a turning of the mind such that relative positions are absolute in their privacy. I ask you again to imagine for me. This time you are beneath the ground, a tiny acorn planted by some well-meaning elf maiden of the woodlands for her pleasure. You wish to grow, but fear what you may become. So you push off the water, the dirt, the sun, to stay in your hole. But it is in the very pushing that you become a tree, in spite of yourself. How did that happen? The acorn is a kind of tree egg in this instance, and the knowledge is water and sun. We are the chicken inside the egg, but also the dirt. The knowledge from the scrolls is what we push against to become full-sighted ourselves. This seems a lot like insane ramblings, but what I'm gathering is the Elder Scrolls, like what they are and where they came from, can't be explained, and they can explain anything, but also explain nothing at the same time, right? Well, that's what I think. One final imagining before your mind closes from the shock of ever knowing. You are now a flame burning bright blue within a vast emptiness. In time you see your brothers and sisters, burnings of their own in the distance and along your side. A sea of pinpoints, a constellation of memories. Each burns bright, then flickers, and two more take its place, but not forever, lest the void fills with rancid light that sucks the thought. Each of our minds is actually the emptiness, and the learnings of the scrolls are the pinpoints. Without their stabbing light, my consciousness would be as a vast nothingness. Unknowing its emptiness as a void is unknowing of itself. But the burnings are dangerous, and must be carefully tended and minded and brought to themselves, and spread to their siblings. Cool. Learn the location of the Elder Scroll. So I guess we do need to talk to Urag some more.
I don't want to see you treating any of these books poorly. Are we clear?
Okay, this Ruminations book is incomprehensible.
Aye, that's the work of Septimus Signus. He's the world's master of the nature of Elder Scrolls, but, well...
He crazy.
He's been gone for a long while. Too long.
I don't know if he's dead. He could just be gone. Where'd he go?
Somewhere up north, in the ice fields. He said he found some old Dwemer artifact, but well, that was years ago. Haven't heard from him since.
Okay, find Septimus Signus is our next task. And you're wondering why, you may have been wondering why I did that voice. I kind of know Septimus Signus.
Hundreds of years have gone into assembling this collection. It's going to stay pristine, understand?
Gotcha.
I think the college is due for a change in leadership.
Oh, you know. I didn't even look up here, just in case there was something cool up here. Archmage's quarters, right. Probably not somewhere we're going to be allowed to go, eh?
If you're working on any experiments, please clean up after yourself.
Roger that.
Huh?
What are you doing, Lydia? What you doing, Lydia? More resistant to cold damage, or it can make their enemies flee for a short time. Interesting. Didn't know if that was the case in Oblivion. Oh, Mirabelle's no longer here to give us the tour. I fear we may have missed that boat. Because the class started. Okay, learn the location of the Elder Scroll. And yeah, Septimus is even further north of Winterhold. If that was even possible. It's called the Midden. Pretty interesting. Should we do a leap of faith? Oh no. I thought that was water. Honestly thought that was water. I wasn't too far away from water, but I thought this part was water. Now let's see if we can... Not bad, right? I do want to go back down though. Okay. No. Looks like we need a leap of faith. Alright, leap of faith it is. Alright. Made it to water, but it's a little bit too shallow. I'm just trying to see if I can do it while sneaking. To be honest, we could just go a little bit closer. Never mind. Didn't even mean to go that far forward. There goes the Dragon Ball. Made it. These mines are just weirdly shaped rocks. That's a mine. Got a garnet. Nice. A little bit of extra loot. Okay, so we're gonna go here. And I'm not gonna kid you, this is a long quest. I don't even think I'm almost definitely not gonna be able to record this in one go, so I'm gonna have to probably record some more tomorrow and then merge everything together. We got some little, forgot, do these have a name? These like bits of ice in the water? Oh, fishies. Now, all of that salmon. Oh, Lydia's just found me. Is that a level up? Just short, it seems. Protected. Okay. I think we've run into our first ever hawker. They're like seal-like creatures, or walruses maybe. Walrus probably more accurate. But I believe they will not bother you unless you go near them, in which case they might attack you. Let's see what happens if we approach one of them. We got ourselves a level up, and I'm just gonna go ahead and cash in on that right now. They don't seem too tricky to fight though, they're pretty damn slow. Yeah, let's go for more carry weight. Now we've got some more armor protecting us. I feel less inclined to go for health. I always used to go for health because I was just scared of dying, but now I'm not so scared of it. What have we got in one-handed? Power attacks cost less stamina. War axes cause bleeding damage. We're using a war axe now. Maces ignore armor. Swords can do crit. We're using a mace and can't make this go any faster. Can't make this do any more damage yet. Bleeding damage or ignore armor. Quite like the bleeding damage, but let's have a look at some of the other things we can potentially upgrade here. What's restoration saying? Restoration spells half the magicka. Or apprentice level 1 specifically. Healing spells cure more. That is also very appealing to me. What else do we have here? Light armor? don't have enough to boost that. Sneak is 40, that's a nice round number, more harder to detect. Sneak attacks do 6 times damage. As really good as that is, while we have Lydia around, we're not landing many sneak attacks. Noise from armor is reduced 50%, also valid. I don't know, man, I'm leaning more towards combat. What do we got for alchemy? Can make potions and poisons stronger. Makes health, magic, stamina, potions better. That's really good too. No, I'm gonna go with restoration here. I'm gonna go with healing. Healing spells cure 50% more. That way, we can be even more magicka efficient, right? If they cure more, then... I think these guys do actually hurt if they hit you. I'm not willing to test that theory. Oh, Lydia's gone to fight that one over there. Well, we get some delicious hawker meat, which doesn't actually do that much. You got him, Lydia. You can get a bit closer. It's okay. Was he trying to escape? Not to tell. Wait, was she using orcish arrows?
On the blade now. I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Oh, I thought if you gave her one of an arrow, she had infinite of it. I suppose not. Okay.
You lead, I'll follow.
Yeah, so the hawkers were clearly guarding this mine. Iron is of great value to them. They use it to add on to their tusks. Swordfish eggs, let's get those before they hatch. Because swordfish are actually probably tough opponents in this because you can't fight in water anymore. You remove that from the game. And we see a boat there and some torches. Is someone home? Well, since the quest is leading us there, you would think probably. Septimus Cygnus' outpost discovered. Well, we know he was here, based on that. Nothing in his boat. Alright, Septimus. This is interesting. What kind of a thing is this? Some bizarre... I don't want to say cube because I can't really see the full shape, but it looks kind of like a cube. Well, we still can't take from him. He's got Elder Scrolls books, so it looks like we're in the right place. Wine, of course. You wouldn't be crazy enough if you didn't have wine. Can't interact with this weird contraption.
Dig, dweller in the beyond. I'll know your lost unknown and rise to your depths.
I hear you, Septimus.
When the top level was built, no more could be placed. It was and is the maximal apex.
Yeah. He's not doing too great, but he's alive. What brings you to this remote place?
The ice entombs the heart. The bane of Kagranak and Dagother.
I forgot what Dagother was.
To
was
harness it is to know
Dunmagod?
the fundaments. The Dwemer lockbox hides it from me. The Elder Scroll gives insight deeper than the deep ones, though, to bring about the opening.
You have an Elder Scroll? Here?
I have seen enough to know their fabric, the warp of air, the weft of time. But no, it is not in my possession.
Let's not insult him. Let's be nice. So where is the scroll?
Here. Well, here as in this plane. Mundus, Tamriel.
Somewhere on this
nearby,
continent.
Relatively speaking.
Thanks, Septimus.
On the cosmological scale, well, it's all nearby.
I can't lie, I made jokes like that, so you know what, Septimus, I respect it. Don't make me hurt you, just tell me where it is. Let's not threaten the old man who's done nothing wrong to us. Can you help me get the Elder Scroll or not?
One block lifts the other. Septimus will give what you want, but you must bring him something in return.
Alright, well, what does Septimus want? What do you want?
You see this masterwork of the Dwemer, deep inside their greatest knowings. Septimus is clever among men, but he is but an idiot child compared to the dullest of the Dwemer. Lucky then they left behind their own way of reading the Elder Scrolls.
Oh, that's good.
In the depths of Black Reach, one yet lies. Have you heard of Black Reach? Cast upon where Drimmer City slept, the yearning spire hidden learnings kept.
Alright, Septimus, where is this Black Reach?
Under deep, below the dark, the hidden keep, Tower Mazark.
Okay, you got some bars.
Offhand, the point of puncture, of first entry of the tapping. Delve to its limits, and Black Reach lies just beyond. But not all can enter there. Only Septimus knows the hidden key to loose the lock, to jump beneath the deathly rock.
That was surprisingly coherent and packed with information, Septimus. I appreciate that. How do I get in?
Two things I have for you. Two shapes. One edged, one round. The round one for tuning. Dwemer music is soft and subtle, and needed to open their cleverest gates. The edged lexicon for inscribing. To us, a hunk of metal. To the Dwemer, a full library of knowings, but empty. Find Mazark and its sky dome. The machinations there will read the scroll and lay the lore upon the cube. Trust Septimus. He knows you can know.
Well, I guess we gotta trust Septimus. He gave us a blank lexicon and an attunement sphere. And yeah, transcribe the lexicon, recover the Elder Scroll. Sounds like we're getting two birds with one stone. We're doing what Septimus wants, but we're also getting the Elder Scroll. What do I do with sphere?
The deepest doors of Dwemer listen for singing. It plays the attitude of notes proper for opening. Can you not hear it? Too low for hearings?
Come on, Septimus. Don't gotta be mean now. What do I do with this cube?
To glimpse the world inside an Elder Scroll can damage the eyes or the mind, as it has to Septimus. The Dwemer found a loophole, as they always do, to focus the knowledge away and inside without harm. Place the lexicon into their contraption, and focus the knowings into it. When it brims with glow, bring it back, and Septimus can read once more.
Alright, nothing will please us more. What do you want with the Elder Scroll?
Ooh, an observant one. How clever to ask of Septimus. This Dwemer lockbox, Look upon it and wonder. Inside is the heart of a god, the heart of you and me.
Oh.
But it was hidden away, not by the dwarves, you see. They were already gone. Someone else, unseen, unknown, found the heart, and with a flair for the ironical, used dwarven trickery to lock it away.
Interesting.
The scroll will give the deep vision needed to open it.
I wonder what's in the box.
For not even the strongest machinations of the Dwemer can hold off the all-sight given by an Elder Scroll.
And what is an Elder Scroll in your most clear and concise explanation, please, Septimus?
You look to your left, you see one way. You look to your right, you see another. But neither is any harder than the opposite.
Depends on how your neck's feeling.
The Elder Scrolls, they look left and right in the stream of time. The future and past are as one. Sometimes they even look up. What do they see then? What if they dive in? Then the madness begins.
Well, it begins, does it? Thanks, Septimus. You've been pretty helpful, actually. Although you obviously make us do your thing before doing our thing, even though trying to save a world. But I appreciate it. Everyone has their price, you know. It's not your fault that Alduin's come back and is wrecking people. Okay, so we got a location which was Alftan, which we have not as of yet located. Well, we can go there from Winterhold. We may have passed it on our way to Winterhold, actually. Well, colleague is now shunned and feared. Is that a dragon? Am I going crazy? Probably. Climbing mountains again. Nice little route. Little fort. Hanging in. As ever, they made this random flower. Nice. Yeah, we've already got this one. We've already been in this vicinity before. In fact, Azura's shrine is near here, right? Oh. Okay. Well, this looks like an entrance. This is... oh, ice wraith, huh? They kinda hurt. They're not crazy unmanageable, but they hurt. And look how quickly that heals. That's nice. I do like that. Good choice of perk, I think. Goats. There's a mammoth corpse. Now that's a tough creature to beat. Is that an ice wraith? Just a random glowing... oh, that is most definitely an ice wraith. It looks to be hunting that goat down. Oh, wolves are after it too. Wolf the ice wraith? Looks like the ice race thoroughly lost this one. Oh wait, I'm not using the right weapons. I need to unfavorite this. I need to favorite Dark Mace and Dark Warrants.
You won't get the best of me.
Am I not hitting you? Why am I not hitting it? Weird. Alright, we'll grab that wool pelt. Okay, not too far away. Ah, the goat died too. It's most unfortunate. Well, I'll take a goat leg. get the drop, and I don't know how we get back up if we drop. First I'm trying, right? Okay. So let's not do that. Where do we go across? I suppose around here. Oh, goat population is running strong. You see a lot of them die, but there's always a lot of them running around. Gotta give them some credit. Not so much any luck there. I walk around the normal way. Ah, there's something in the distance there. That could be what we're looking for. Yeah, the distance works. Well, it looks like we've solved part 1 of old Septimus's riddle. He found the location. Well, it wasn't really a riddle. He told us where it was. But was it called Alf? It's gonna tell me in a second. Just come on, game. Work with me here. Alftan, that's the one. Okay, so this is what they call a Dwemer ruin, and we haven't actually experienced one of these yet, but a very unique kind of dungeon with some very interesting enemies. And some interesting corpses. This one just like failed to pitch a tent and kind of collapsed on him. Very weird. Well, apparently the entrance is somewhere here. I'm guessing it's just like on a different level. Like say that one. If there are any bad guys here perhaps? Oh, there we go. It's quite a drop. Let's go down the regular old stairs. Altan glacial ruins then.
Huh?
I know, right? This is a crazy place. Alright, that's okay, we got a local map. Nice. Just in case. And let's see what we can find. Just a bunch of wagons. A dwarven metal ingot. I didn't do much smithing in my first Skyrim playthrough, but willing to learn more about it, so we'll pick up stuff like dwarven metal ingots, of course. Looks like just a regular old mine so far. I guess these are ruins. What was that? Alduin account book 3, gold 3, potion of healing, tomato, necklace. Just grab it all. Let's double check. We have read Alduin account book 3, so we don't need to do so again. Last time plot, sure, probably put it away very quickly. once we get some good stuff. Got a nice bed. Gold ingot. Minus stamina. Okay. Pickaxe. Yeah, okay. Let's start dumping some stuff. Imperial sword is just over 2, pickaxe is 2. These are 2 as well. It's 1. Yeah, shovel makes sense. Yeah, there's probably going to be a ton. Oh, I almost missed this. This could have been really important. Sula's journal. We tried to get through Glacier at the top, but we couldn't find any way into that tower parapet. Yaks spotted in the glacial wall and construction of a catwalk was finished just in time for a storm to hit. At first we thought to wait it out, but it has only gotten worse. A shift in the glacier took out several of the new labourers. I ordered everyone to quickly move as much of the supplies as we could into the fissure, and we managed to get most of it. One of the hands decided he wasn't going to listen and tried to make it out through the storm, but got blown off the catwalk by the wind. Looks like we are well and truly stuck in here, but for all that I feel even more driven that I should be the one to uncover the mysteries of this ruin. I'm tired of all the credit for my work going to the mages of the Legion. It'll be my name that goes down in the history books for this discovery. Okay, and that was Sula's journal. I don't know how we managed to identify it was Sula's journal, since Sula didn't put their name on it, but cool. So someone is or was here looking to uncover some mystery, same as us. I wonder if they found the Elder Scroll. Maybe this is them. Things not going to go too well here, it seems. That's the fun of exploring. Oh, we got a loot. Can we use a loot? I don't know, but we're picking it up. Empty wine bottle. I don't think we have one of those, so we'll take it. And we've got a book called Chima Vermidium, which I don't think we've read. It seems so. Chima Vermidium, Ancient Tales of a Dwemer, Part 6 by Marabar Sul. After many battles, it was clear who would win the war. The Chima had great skills in magic and bladery, but against the armoured battalions of the Dwemer, clad in the finest shielding wrought by Yanago, there was little hope of their ever winning. In the interest of keeping some measure of peace in the land, Sovin the Warlord agreed to a truce with Kalinfil Barith the Beast. In exchange for the disputed lands, Safovin... Wait, who's on which side? Let me try and figure it out. Sfovin gave Barith a mighty golem which would protect the Chima's territory from the excursions of the northern barbarians. Yes, those are the Nords, maybe? Barith was delighted with his gift and brought it back to his camp, where all his warriors gaped in awe at it. Sparkling gold in hue, it resembled a Dwemer cavalier with a proud aspect. To test its strength, they placed the golem in the center of an arena and flung magical bolts of lightning at it. Oh yeah, great, getting angry. Its agility was such that few of the bolts struck it. It had the wherewithal to pivot on its hips to avoid the brunt of the attacks without losing its balance, feet firmly planted on the ground. The bolts of fireballs followed, which the golem ably dodged, bending its knees and its legs to spin around the blast. The few times it was struck, it made certain to be hit in the chest and waist, the strongest parts of its body. The troops cheered at the sight of such an agile and powerful creation. With it leading the defense, the barbarians of Skyrim would never again successfully raid their villages. They named it Chima Vermidia, the hope of the Chima. Barith has the golem brought to its chambers with all his house thanes. There they tested Chima Vermidium further, its strength, its speed, its resiliency. They could find no flaw with its design. Imagine when the naked barbarians first meet this on one of their raids, laughed one of the house fiends. It's only unfortunate that it resembles a Dwemer instead of one of our own, mused Karen Ethel Barrett. It is revolting to think that they will have a greater respect for our other enemies than us. I think we should never accept the peace terms if we did, said one of the most aggressive of the house fiends. Is it too late to surprise the warlord Svovin with an attack? It is never too late to attack, said Barrett, with one of his great armored warriors. I understand, said Barrett's spy master, that his soldiers always wake at dawn. If we strike an hour before, we can catch them defenseless before they've had a chance to bathe, let alone don their armor. If we capture their armor at Janago, then we too would know the secrets of blacksmithery, said Barrett. Let it be done. We attack tomorrow, an hour before dawn. So it was settled. The Chimera army marched at night and swarmed into the Dwemer camp. We were relying on Chimera Vermidium to lead the first wave, but it malfunctioned and began attacking the Chimera's own troops. Added to that, the Dwemer were fully armored, well rested, and eager for battle. The surprise was turned, and most of the high-ranking Chimera, including Karen Ithil, Berith the Beast, were captured. Though they were too proud to ask, Sylvan explained to them that he had been warned of their attack by a calling by one of his own men. What man of yours is in our camp? Sneered Barith. Chimera Vermidium, standing erect by the side of the captured, removed its head. Within its metal body was Janago, the armorer. A Dwemer child of 8 can create a golem, he explained, but only a truly great warrior and armorer can pretend to be one. Publisher's note: this is one of the few tales in this collection which can actually be traced to the Dwemer. The wording of the story is quite different from older versions in Alpharis, but the essence is the same. Chimera Vermidium may be the Dwemer Unkmarfernidams. This word occurs several times in plans of Dwemer armor and animunculi, but its meaning is not known. It is almost certainly not Hope of a Chimera, however. The Dwemer were probably the first to use heavy armors. It is important to note how a man dressed in armor could fool many of the Chimera in this story. Also, note how the Chimera warriors react. When this story was first told, armor that covered the whole body must have still been uncommon and new, whereas even then, Dwemer creations like golems and centurions were well known. In a rare scholarly moment, Marabar Sul leaves a few pieces of the original story intact, such as parts of the original line in Alduin. A Dwemer of 8 can create a golem, but an 8 of Dwemer can become one. Another aspect of this legend that scholars like myself find interesting is the mention of the calling. In this legend and in others, there is a suggestion that the Dwemer race as a whole had some sort of silent and magical communication. Well, that would explain how the Dwemer were able to communicate the attack of the Chimera, in this case. There are records of the Psychic Order which suggest they too share this secret. Whatever the case, there are no documented spells of calling. The Cyrodiil historian Borgisilus Malia first proposed this as a solution to the disappearance of the Dwemer. He theorized that in 1st Era 668 the Dwemer enclaves were called together by one of their powerful philosopher-sorcerers, Kaganak, in some documents to embark on a great journey, one of such sublime profundity that they abandoned all their cities and lands to join the quest of foreign climes as an entire culture. Alright, a little bit of a Dwemer insight. Can't complain at that. Let's find the box. Or a container of some sort. We've got a lantern. Sure, we'll take a lantern. We're going to drop some more useless stuff. Shovel, basket. A chair we can sit on. Don't yawn, Lydia. We're undergoing a very important exploration here, in which I'm currently being restricted. There we go. Try not to miss anything. We've already seen 2 important looking books, which we could have very easily have missed, so I am very eager to explore every nook and cranny of this place, as per. Like I said, I don't remember much of Skyrim, like the specific details of it, so I am trying to do so. And I don't think I even read the books the last time I did so. Okay.
I know you were trying to keep it for yourself, Cesar. You always try to keep it for yourself. No, there's got to be more school. Shut up! Shut up! Don't lie to me, Cesar. You hid it. Always try to steal from me.
Jadar and Jazar. If you remember the Oblivion Mages Guild, there was a guy called Jaskar, who was the one guy that survived the Bruma Mages Guild attack because he was invisible. Played that great prank on Bruma Mages Guild head, which I respect because the Bruma Mages Guild head was a bit of a brown noser and not afraid to lord her superiority or perceived superiority over everyone. Still looking for a container to put some stuff away. But we're still going to explore until then. A lot of steam. You've probably figured it out already, but the Dwemer were big on the contraptions. They like the tech. You see these pipes everywhere. Some of them are broken. I'll grab this lantern. So now I spent all this time walking in that direction then. We need to get more followers that can carry more stuff. We need to bring a whole like expedition here. Oh man, humor me. Where are the chests? I don't like dropping stuff into the wild because that might like, I don't know, in my head that sort of lags the game. It did in Oblivion, I believe. If you just drop too much stuff in the wild, then the game would like struggle to load because it had to record where everything was. You can sit on a stone bench. What the heck is this? Some sort of ribbon? And what the heck is that lying down? Well, it's a container of sorts. I can't complain of that. A dwarven spider with a common soul gem, dwarven oil, which is an ingredient which we can eat, and a Dwemer gear. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Alright, well we've got to drop some stuff. And we've got some prime candidates over here. We want to keep Dwemer like gear because, spoiler alert, it's good for building stuff. Okay, other than that we can just get rid of other heavy stuff. Pickaxe. Not sure about belted tunic if we have it or not, but boots I know for sure we have. Oh yeah, we're already under the limit, we're good. Yeah. Gonna see some more dwarven stuff. And is there gonna be some dwarven stuff that's alive? Or I guess alive depends on your definition of alive, but a little bit of a research area. Okay. have got a Dwarven Spider, Soul Gem and Dwemer Gear. We've got a book called Dwarves Volume 2, which we have not read. Let's go. Dwarves, the Lost Race of Tamriel Volume 2, Weapons, Armor and Machines, by Calselmo, Scholar of Markarth. I vaguely remember who that is. We'll definitely be seeing him at some point in this playthrough, or at various points maybe. In our previous discussion on the Dwarves, or Dwemer in the more correct scholarly terminology, we looked into the properties of Dwarven architecture and metallic crafts. In this continuing discussion of Tamriel's Lost Race, we shall examine the ways in which dwarves waged war and kept out trespassers. Unlike many other cultures still existing today, the dwarves built and relied on increasingly complicated machines for a wide variety of martial tasks, and weapons and armor, created solely for the purpose of being wielded by dwarven warriors, show remarkably fewer points of progress beyond the basic designs. Let us begin by analysing those basic weapons and armors. Anyone who has held a dwarven axe or worn a dwarven helmet can testify as to the ancient, everlasting quality of dwarven craftsmanship. Weapons do not deviate too greatly from their base function. Dwarven swords pierce through light armor with incredible effectiveness, owing primarily to the remarkable sharpness of tempered dwarven metal, and owing to a far lesser extent to its simple double-edged design. Compare and contrast a sharp angular dwarven dagger to a curved elven blade, and it becomes a small logical leap to say that dwarven weaponsmiths relied almost exclusively on creating quality materials first, and merely allowed the form of those materials to flow from the method that weapon was intended to kill people. As a culture that built almost exclusively underground, it's no surprise that dwarven armors are built to withstand incredibly heavy blows. Again, the fact that they are also resistant to being pierced by arrows or small blades is more of a testament to superior dwarven metallurgy over superior dwarven armorsmithing. But it would be erroneous to thus conclude that dwarven smiths did not take the manufacture of their weapons and armor very seriously. Every piece of warcraft I have examined showed a remarkable amount of unnecessary detailing and personalization that is just as evident today among the most ardent blacksmiths. The dwarven smith probably came from a long tradition that distinguished itself in a way that, say, the grip of a mace would feel, or the design of the head of individual arrows. Although, due to the paltry lack of any cultural artifacts outside the weapons and armors themselves, this is only mere speculation. The last but probably most important discussion in this volume pertains to the existence of dwarven machinery. Dwarves created and manufactured on a very broad scale thousands of mechanical apparatuses of varying complexity, the most simple of which is the standard arachnid design, well, we've come across that, used to ward off trespassers. No luck on that so far. We are so far uncertain as to how the dwarves were able to bring to life these remarkably intelligent machines, but I have witnessed one stalk a highly trained thief for several hours, only to ambush him as he was dealing with a lock to some room or treasure trove. I admit to have forgotten the details past the point at which it began spouting lightning at him. Well, we saw there was a soul gem inside the dwarven spider. You would think that maybe a soul gem would power these machines? Perhaps. Dwarven military machines also range from the human-sized sphere warrior, which patrols the interiors of the ruins as a harmless ball, only to emerge from it as a fully armed and armoured automaton fighter. Okay, we'll have to keep an eye out for those maybe. To the justly feared centurion, whose height ranges from twice to several hundred times human size, depending on which reports you believe. Yikes, that could be... Wouldn't want to fight one of those. Let's see what else we got here. Alarming tool, petty soul, iron dagger, charcoal, inkwell. We got research notes. If only Umani would have left one of these dwarven machine creatures intact for me to study. The fact that they almost killed those Khajiit brothers in the middle of the night doesn't mean they couldn't have found a way to disable one. Oh, were those the Khajiits we were listening in on earlier? That's one of those. Ah, so they killed all the dwarven machines that were in this section. Cool. We'll drag some stuff in front of the pipes they came out of to stop them from coming back. They are simply fascinating. It is just as Calselmo described in Dwarves V2, which we just read. Her appearance does in fact resemble that of an arachnid. I had thought that to be an embellishment given by his source, the inclusion of the soul gem into the design of the apparatus is quite remarkable. It It could explain the focus of the lightning that he describes. Oddly enough, it doesn't appear to be the main power source for the apparatus. Oh, okay. I could be wrong. Perhaps some sort of harmonic resonance with the energies contained in the soul gem to bring heat to a small boiler. Too early to say conclusively. That does raise the question of where they get the liquid for the boiler, however. Huh, that was strange. I thought I just saw something moving beyond the bar door. It looked vaguely humanoid. I wonder if it could be an undiscovered automaton. I'm going to move my bedroll down here to see if I can catch another glimpse of it. This is also exciting. Well, who knows what he found? Grab quill. Another. I've got soul gem fragments. Can't remember if these can be used to make soul gems. I don't think so, but I could be wrong. Dwarven oil, Whammer gyro, and malachite oil. Well, now we've got 2 dwarven oils. We can eat one. It's the magic. Does that mean these dwarven machines are weak to magic? Maybe. We've read Dwemer Inquiries Volume 3, but we'll pick up this copy anyway. And let's see what else we can drop here. Clothes. Yeah, that works. Okay, there's a chest over here. So if you're playing through Skyrim yourself, make sure to keep an eye out for these slightly hidden chests. Gold, lockpick, dwarven boots of waning shock. Would be good if they weren't heavy armor. I mean, they are good. Don't get me wrong, but... Okay. Basket, we can drop broom, I don't know why we still have bucket. You should have gone a long time ago. Get rid of one of you. Alright, Imperial Sword's quite heavy. There we go. Okay. So, I'm guessing this was the barred door that our friend was looking to get a peek at. Wonder if we ever made it down. Oh. Lots of blood and a lantern. Yeah, I'm guessing something's moving. Something's moving back there. And the only way to get past it is to find a way to open this door. Which I'm assuming the secret tube lies somewhere here. Some more baskets. Oh! Dwarven spider worker. There we go, our first living dwarven... living... I said the word living again, but... Scrap metal, dwarven oil, iron, and silver. Yeah, I say living, but really it's not really living, it's just more, you know, automated. Maybe it's living, it's conscious of the world around it. But yeah, enemies can come out of these little tubes here. Pipes, tubes, whatever you want to go with. Okay. Weird lighting. I'm always worried. Oh, there you go. Okay, the dwarven spider workers are not much trouble. Carry a lot of good materials as well. Okay, so there's more to explore here. We've come from here. Couldn't go that way, so we're going this way. Okay, a little glimpse of outside. Shovel, pickaxe. I've got a dead spider worker here. Okay, we just drop another Imperial sword. No problem. Plentiful healing, thank you. Was this where we were listening in to the Khajiit brothers? Looks like it. Oh, there's an apothecary satchel with a little bit of salt. We love salt. Helps us cook. We love to cook. Oh, someone... Hey, they left gold on the floor. Pointers. And a chest. Copper and moonstone circlet, sure. Thanks, Lydia. I guess we go further down. I'm gonna run into the bandits. Oh. Okay, oh, was there two of them? Couldn't even tell. Gold ore. They have... oh no, it's the same one. You split it in two. Okay. Now they carry... sometimes they have soul gems with... we'll take a torch. So yeah, sometimes they carry soul gems with actual souls in them, so that's handy. I'd be surprised if you were into it.
Who is this, brother? Another of the smooth skins looking for food? This one wasn't trapped with us. No. You must be the one who took my skooma.
Me? You haven't seen me. Yeah, sneak attack. Alright, Jadar. You didn't have to attack Lydia like that. Wasn't nice. Woodcutter's axe. It's the first time I think I've seen someone actually use that as a weapon. Or Jadar, all out of skooma. Draft of a warrior. That's pretty good. Healing, always good. Bracer, side helmet. We're carrying too much. So we'll take another Imperial sword. Alright, so that's Jadar. Is there a Jazar here? Have we already... oh, Jazar might already be dead, huh? Yeah. So Jadar was either talking to himself or was talking to Jazar before he killed him. Either before or after. Unfortunate for our friendly... got completely looted. Draft the strength. Plentiful healing. Jazar's pack. He's got a specifically named pack. 7 empty skooma bottles. I want to take them all because I don't know if I'm ever going to find empty skooma bottles ever again. I'm just going to take them all. He's got his own journal too. Let's have a look. Read. This one is at his wit's end. I signed Jadar and myself up for this expedition to try to get him clean of the skooma. I brought a small supply to try bring him down slowly, but the storm has had us trapped in the glacier for weeks. The others have not yet caught on that one with fur should not shake so much from the cold, but I've run out of the little skooma I brought, and Jadar is getting pretty bad. He started hallucinating creatures coming out of the ice in the ruins. The others are starting to think he may be behind Valley's disappearance, but I know he would never do something like that. Well, looks like he probably killed you here, Jazar, so... he ain't looking good. So, by the woodcutter's axe, I'm guessing that these guys were probably just workers. Probably not the main parts of any expedition that was here. I have to guess. time, some money. I mean, pickaxe would further suggest mining. No, I can't. Sorry, didn't mean to wreck the place. Okay. Shovel. Solid Dwemer metal, 25 weight. Ouch. Yikes. Okay, and Dwemer cog. Yeah, stuff weighs. Stuff weighs. Yeah, we've got still some stuff to put back, or put away, or get rid of. Anything that's not too useful can pretty much go. Weapons, Imperial bow. It's not bad. Steel daggers. We're really clutching here. Probably gonna have to end up. Oh, got a large decorative Dwemer strut as well. Another item we definitely don't have. So, Imperial bow. I don't know if we have one. I might just hang on to this. Hammer, which I'm pretty sure we have. Miner's journal. We've got a lot of journals here. They're suddenly painting a story for us. It's been about a week since the valley went missing, and now Endrast is gone too. We found blood leading over to the barred-off doorway, but Sula seems to think that they found a way through and that they are trying to cut him out of a discovery. He keeps saying that we need to press on. We've managed to break through into another section of the ruins, an animalculary. The doors will produce their automatons. We learned the hard way that the metal creatures are still alive in there, and it hasn't improved Yag's mood at all. She holds that the Khajiit brothers aren't involved with the disappearances, and has been keeping a hard eye on Sulla. Rations have all but run out, and we're going to have to decide soon whether to brave the storm or try to push further into the ruins. I don't know if the echoes of screams I've heard in my sleep are those of our missing comrades, or my own nightmares. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, we've got duplicate books, don't we? Yeah, we've read those. What? Okay, on we go. Let's quick save. So I feel a fight coming on. There's a lot of gears turning in. Large glimmer plate metal. We have... No, we don't. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna just go and increase our stamina as much as we can. There's too much loot. Too much loot. Like we're not even anywhere near any part that is like. There's a lot more to this structure. Let's see. Remember gear. Remember bowls. This unique knife. Remember dish. Remember gear. Maybe we should stop taking grammar items. Maybe. I mean, this looks like a fighting area, doesn't it? That didn't work. Alright, what a dwarven sphere. And I guess we're lucky it focused Lydia. Oh, there we go, the first dwarven sphere. Dwarven bolts, so it has like arrows, it has ranged attacks. Dwarven oil. Duema leather, garnet, and some soul gems. Wine we probably don't need. Grammar pan. I'll have one of those. Something in here that we can grab at? No. Alright, so from this point on, the Glamour is still, sorry, the machines are still in charge of this part. I wonder if we can be launched up there. Probably a way up there though, you would think. I'm starting to see one. Oh, so on the plate, we have two on the plate. Nope. I'll grab a on the plate then. Yeah, let's be a little bit picky now. Deer hide. Inkwell, we can go. Tusks. Good with Orca Tusk, Goat Hide, Horns. Guess we can drop some of the empty scuba bottles. We only need one. Alright, we'll start putting some grammar stuff away. Oh yeah, I did the opposite of what I said I should be doing. And dropped everything in the wild. We'll do it every now and then, we'll try not to make a habit of it. Oh. Okay. Oh, there's some fire here. Leads me to suggest that there could be a fight on. Now, I'm wondering if there could be a route up here. And if we can get up there, we can maybe like ruled across that area. this way as well. Okay. Save. There's probably a really easy way round and up there, which I'm going to find soon, but I just wanted to see if I could parkour my way up there. Does not look like it. Although, hold on. Solution right here. Silly me. Yeah. You just ride these up. Cool. Yeah, Jade and Sapphire circlet, very nice. Strength, that's healing, more ingots. Steel gauntlets of major alchemy. Worth keeping around, I suppose. Small dwemer leather. Ring of Minor Magica, increase Magica by 20 points. What ring have we got at the moment? Minor sneaking, 15% better. Yeah, we'll hang on to that. Well, we have got a shout that can help us across here. I would hope. I don't know if I'm supposed to be here, but whatever. Or can I jump that? No. Sure, quick load button, that would save me a lot of time. Find out in a second. We're onto this part of the platform, but oh, look at that. Aren't we the sneaky ones? We were probably supposed to come down here later. We probably just went to go rare and round there and up to here, right? Yeah. That's just we've done here. I guess we can just jump over these. Hey, Spider. Protected. Oh. Meanwhile, Lydia somehow got up here and is also fighting a dwarven spider and winning clearly. Another worker. Lydia, why are you getting them all angry? Are they spawning infinitely? Or are they just a lot of them? There is probably one down there. I fought so hard to get up here, damn it, I'm not going back down. Oh wow, this is actually the route to the next stage. So we were supposed to come up here at some point, I just didn't do it the way I was supposed to do it. I hear it. Remember scrap metal? Do we have any of that? Nope. Alright, we'll grab that. Can be some iron ores, I suppose. Yeah, we were probably just supposed to loop around here. Would have made a whole bunch of sense. This is everything we could have skipped with my little trick. Okay, is this like a whole area? Yeah, it kind of is like a whole area. Just checking how much we've explored. We didn't get to see this part. Interesting. Alright, well, I'm actually gonna... Well, the episode won't end here, but I'm gonna cut the recording session off for today, as it is getting quite late. So, yeah, I guess I'll see you guys in a second. But yeah, that's it for this recording. Peace. Alright guys, I'm back, ready to kick some more butt in this Dwemer ruin. Let's go. So, yeah, I'm just loaded up to save again. So we found a shortcut, which was a sort of way around doing all of this, which we could have just gone to the next area, but I want to fully explore. No, nothing. Oh, right, okay, there we go. Alright, Lydia, relax, we got this. Yeah, I'd love to take everything, but I'm not really in a position. Oh, there's a blacksmith forge here. Can we actually do stuff? I think we can, right? Oh, we don't have any leather. Oh, we can make a gold necklace. I don't know if we have a gold ingot. We want to have that item as well, so maybe not. Dwemer cog, cup, leather, gear, scrap metal, bowl, cup, gyro. The full collection. Cup, fish, gear, gyro, leather pan. I think we've got all of these. Small Dwemer plate metal. No. Grab one of those then. Oh, put one of those back. So yeah, you saw Lydia came from over there because we'd already made it to the other side of this. Now we got some potential fire over here where we don't want to necessarily hurt Lydia with that. More Dwemer bowls. I can't tell if Lydia beat this spider or it was already beaten. Another one over here, and they're very deliberately placed on these sort of, no, I don't want to call them tables because they're not really tables, but these little platforms. So I guess maybe are still some people around that have been experimenting, or maybe they're not around. And they were here. Okay, we've got a little room here, a novice lock. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. And a plates, gyro, plate, bowl, cups, gear, cog, standard stuff. We've got a couple of chests, both of them are locked. Apprentice. Nice. 3 gold, leather boots, and a dwarven warhammer. Which I would love to take, but I don't know if we have the ability to drop anything. Maybe an elven mace. Don't need 2 of them. Maybe we eat. Still need to drop 6. More iron ores, I guess. And then we've got this adept chest, which is likely to have even better stuff in it. Okay, a little bit of movement. Not too far away though. Okay, lockpicking bath. And we got some more lockpicks. Yay! Ruby, silver ring, and we'll leave that hide helmet. Now, I'm guessing Lydia opened this door when she was on her way back. Pressure plate. I want to see what it does. I'm assuming it's a trap. No way I'm having that on my permanent save file. I just wanted to see what happened. No one will say that I fell for this trap. Elven Shield of Waning Fire. Increased fire resistance by 30%. Pretty good. Okay, so here is the way. Here's the way we came from, sort of, or we found a way up here when we were in this room, so let's see what's down this end. Oh, spider. Anything worth it? Oh yeah, there are some chests. Or one chest. Another adept lock. Nice. Getting good at this. Copper and ruby. Don't know. Just take it. Drop an ore. Alright there, Lydia. Here's a little room to the right. Stuff going on below us. Any secret secrets over here? No. Little stone bed. And chairs. Plentiful healing. Alright. Okay, there's another little crossroads here. I don't think there's going to be anything over here, but still want to check. Behind this would be a cool place to hide something, wouldn't it? Or not? Okay, another lock. Now that lockpick was clearly on its last. Another lock. And we get rewarded with a golden sphere. Can I just take one on face to face? I think clearly I did actually help. But they are pretty strong. Also go back to fire breath, just in case. More bolts, Stomach gyro, create a soul gem with a greater soul, yes please. Long Dwemer Strut. We've got a decorative one, but not a regular one, so take that. Gold, scrap metal, decorative, solid Dwemer metal. Yep, we got that. See what's in this chest. Amethyst, gold, stamina poison, steel helmet and minor illusion. Alright. It's a lot to lose. I'm probably going to have to make some more tough decisions. Alright. Let's move on. Oh, hello. Sorry, idiot, if I did hit you there. Fog, plate, arrow, blacksmith's potion. Balls, small leather, knife, plate, chair, cup, leather cup, leather, spoon, big spoon. I don't know if we have a spoon. And this is where we sort of skipped to earlier, wasn't it? Already spiders here. Okay, and now we move on to the next area. Like I said, very involved quest this one. Altan Animunculary.
Huh?
Well, we've already got some treasures. Probably some more spiders coming up. Oh, scrap. Falmer shield. So that's we do need to think more about what we're taking. We're just going to be eating a bunch of food, perhaps. There we go, we've eaten almost everything we have, and then we get a Falmer helmet as well. So, what is a Falmer? Falmer is something we might be seeing very soon. Heavy armor 19 compared to light armor 30. So not the best. Maybe we're going to have to give up some of the heavier items that we really don't want to drop. Something like this. just so we can keep moving. Oh wait, is that it? Oh no, this is where we came from. All the doors look the same here. And we're always going to check. Alright, there's probably going to be some bad people over here. There's a spider. Stop taking soul gems for now. Okay, a little area underneath here. Iron dagger. Someone probably died a painful death. Buckets. Not trying to progress too much, but have Endrast. Oh, this was one of the people named in one of the other journals, right? He had a lockpick. Thank you. Drastically altered his demeanor. Let's read his journal first. Oh, there's more. There's another lockpick. The eyeless creatures took us in our sleep. I don't know what happened to the Khajiit brothers. We never saw them in the cell. I managed to pick the lock and we made a break for it, but got split up. Sula yelled something about not leaving without finding what he came here for, and Umana chased after him. Yag and I tried for the top of the cave shaft, but one of the ramps was broken. Without a hesitation, she grabbed me by the scruff of my tunic, threw me atop the ledge and told me to run. And I did. I didn't even look back. I just ran like a coward. I could hear her fighting them and I just had to get away. I didn't even notice the arrow in my shoulder until I hit it. Those metal creatures are still all around me, and I'm too terrified to even move. 8 divines, please just take me now. Oh. I don't see the arrow in his shoulder, but maybe he took it out. Nice. 8 gold? Sure. And we got some lockpicking. Oh, there is a Falmer arrow. Ooh, a Falmer arrow. Okay, so it looks like someone using arrows, not dwarven bolts like the spheres have. Actual Falmer arrows. Who could be using those? Oh, hello, dwarven sphere. Done. Sometimes these look like chests, but they're not. Ooh. Yeah, I think I can see what kind of territory we're getting into. There's a Falmer sword over here. Talking about 24, yeah. Too heavy for us at the moment. Not detected. Oh, there's a spider over here. Also got plentiful healing. Nice. Ear dish. Oh, yeah. Standard one stuff. We've also got something called X-Ax. I just found some Chorus eggs. And those might be an indication of something you might be taking on. They weren't in Oblivion. Weak to poison for a little bit, that's okay. That's where Engras was. Oh, so he was like thrown down here by his friend, I guess. His friend made a break for it. Was it Yag? I guess he's the next person we're looking for. We've got pressure plates that Lydia's no doubt going to step on, but I almost stepped on them myself. Okay. She either avoided them or she's not allowed to step on pressure plates. More Quicksilver. And little leather. Now we're getting into a little bit of a wide open area. I don't know what you're even doing here, spider. Okay, plentiful magicka. Another lockpicking increase. Necklace of disease resistance. Increased disease resistance by 50%. I think I already have inherent disease resistance for being a red guard, so I think if I wore this, I'd probably have 100. If you have any, you've got the Amulet of Kinnereth, which is boosting our stamina. It's a little bit more important at the moment. Nice to have. Nothing here, is there? That would have been funny. Can I make it back? I don't know. Fair enough. Worth a try. You know, sometimes you never know. It could hide something up there. Behind us. Okay, we'll try and avoid picking up anything. We don't directly need. Weird light being like refracted in our way. Grab all of those eggs. Okay, there's a spider down there. Let's just keep going this way, I think, because we might not be able to come back up. People who aren't good at lockpicking come here. There's all these doors to open and they can't progress. Okay, got a hard worker. Flawless garnet, okay. Winterhold. Take it. Ooh, expert. This could be tricky. Right. Another lockpicking increase. We're just stacking up all of these. Now we got a little bit of music, which means this is kind of a cool secret area. Dwarven helmet. Grab that. Chromium gold. And if I'm not mistaken, this could be yak. Oh no, this is just a random skeleton. Oh, it could be. The locked room. Is this going to be a lock-picking skill book by any chance? Yep, we're up to 28. The Locked Room by Porbut Litumli. Yana was precisely the kind of student her mentor Afkamu despised. Professional amateur. He enjoyed all the criminal types who were his usual pupils at the stronghold, from the common burglar to the more sophisticated blackmailers. Children and young people with strong career ambitions which the art and science of lockpicking could facilitate. They were always interested in simple solutions, the easy way. People like Yana were always looking for exceptions, possibilities, exotica. For pragmatists like Afkamu, it was intensely vexing. The Redguard maiden would spend hours in front of a lock, prodding at it with her wires and picks, flirting with the key pins and driver pins, exploring the hull with a sort of casual fascination that no delinquent possesses. Long after her fellow students had opened their test locks and moved on, Yana was still playing with hers. The fact that she always opened it eventually, no matter how advanced a lock it was, irked Afkamu even further. "You are making things much too difficult," he would roar, boxing her ears. "Speed is of the essence, not merely technical know-how. I swear that if I put the key to the lock right in front of you, you'd still never get around to opening it." Yana would hear Afkamu's abuse philosophically. She had, after all, paid him in advance. Speed was doubtless an important factor for the picker trying to get somewhere he wasn't supposed to go with the city guard and patrol behind him, but Yana knew it wouldn't apply to her. She merely wanted the knowledge. Afkamu did everything he could think of to encourage Yana to move faster. She seemed to perversely thrive on his physical and verbal blows, spending more and more time on each lock, learning its idiosyncrasies and personality. Finally, he could bear it no longer. Very late one afternoon, after Yana had dawdled over a perfectly ordinary lock, he grabbed the girl by her ear and dragged her to a room in the stronghold far from the other students, an area they had always been forbidden to visit. The room was completely barren, except for one large crate in the center. There were no windows and no other door except for the one leading in. Afkamu slammed his student against the crate and closed the door behind her. There was a distinct click of the lock. "This is a test for my advanced students," he laughed behind the door. "See if you can escape." Yana smiled and began her usual slow process of massaging the lock, gaining information. After a few minutes had gone by, she heard Afkamu's voice again call out from behind the door. "Perhaps I should mention that this is a test of speed. You see the crate behind you? It contains a vampire ancient who has been locked in here for many months. It is absolutely ravenous. In a few minutes' time the sun will have completely set, and if you have not opened the door, you will be nothing but a bloodless husk." Yana considered only for a moment whether Afkamu was joking or not. She knew he was an evil, horrible man, but to resort to murder to teach his pupil? The moment she heard a rustling in the crate, any doubts she had were erased. Ignoring all her usual explorations, she jammed her wire into the lock, thrust the pegs against the pressure plate, and shoved open the door. Afkamu stood in the hallway beyond, laughing cruelly. "So, now you've learned the value of fast work." Yana fled from Afkamu's stronghold, fighting back her tears. He was certain that she would never return to his tutelage, but he considered that he had taught her at last a very valuable lesson. When she did return the next morning, Afkamu registered no surprise, but inside he was seething. "I'll be leaving shortly," she explained quietly, "but I believe I've developed a new type of lock. I'd be grateful if you'd give me your opinion of it." Afkamu shrugged and asked her to present her design. "I was wondering if I might use the vampire room and install the lock. I think it would be better if I demonstrated it." Afkamu was dubious, but the prospect of a tiresome girl leaving at last put him in an excellent, even indulgent mood. He agreed to give her access to the room. For all morning and most of the afternoon she worked near the slumbering vampire, removing the old lock and adding her new prototype. Finally she asked her old master to take a look. He studied the lock with an expert eye and found little to be impressed with. This is the first and only pick-proof lock, Yana explained. The only way to open it is to have the right key. Camus scoffed and let Yana close the door, shutting him in the room. The door clicked and he began to go to work. To his dismay, the lock was much more difficult than he thought it would be. He tried all his methods to force it and found that he had to resort to his hated student's method of careful and thorough exploration. "I need to leave now," called Yana from the other side of the door. "I'm going to bring the city guard to the stronghold. I know it is against the rules, but I really think it's for the welfare of the villagers not to have a hungry vampire on the loose. It's getting dark, and even though you aren't able to unlock the door, the vampire might be less proud about using the key to escape. Remember when you said if I put the key to the lock right in front of you, you'd still never get around to opening it?" "Wait!" Afkamu yelled back. "I'll use the key. Where is it? You forgot to give it to me." There was no reply, only the sound of footfall disappearing down the corridor beyond the door. Afkamu began to work harder on the lock, but his hands were shaking with fear. With no windows, it was impossible to tell how late it was getting to be, when minutes that were flying by, or hours. He only knew that the vampire ancient would know. The tools could not stand very much twisting and tapping from Afkamu's hysterical hands. The wire snapped in the keyhole. Just like a student, Afkamu screamed and pounded on the door, but he knew that no one could possibly hear him. It was while sucking in his breath to scream again he heard the distinct creak of the crate opening behind him. The vampire ancient regarded the master locksmith with insane, hungry eyes, and flew at him in a frenzy. Before Afkamu died, he saw it on a chain that had been placed around the vampire's neck while it had been sleeping was a key. I think that was from Oblivion, that one. I wonder if this is Afkamu. That would be something, wouldn't it? Did it mention a location? I mean, it mentioned the city guard. No, no way the book would be in here as well. Although there is a master lock chest here. Silver amethyst. Grab it, sure. I guess we'll probably find another Dwemercock somewhere. Now onto this master lock. Got a little bit of assistance from the book. Oh, it's already opening a tiny bit. No way, it's just at the top. That would have been too easy. Close. What? Tricky. Come on. Come on. Got it. Now lockpicking increase. For 150 gold, a steel ingot, and a dwarven helmet. A little underwhelmed, but oh well. We opened a master lock and we got some skill out of it. Good for us. I'm trying to remember if we missed a potential other way. Yeah, we could have gone further down here. Which looks like it might be the way forward, so let's keep going this way. No, maybe not. Yep, just a dead end. Okay, further. We just dropped down here? Was there not? Maybe we do just drop down here. Doesn't look like there's a way up. Save it just in case. Nope. Who else has detected us? Something up there. And down here, probably. We've got Yag. Oh, this is Yag. Yagra Gortwalk. Wearing a fur and hide. The best here is it Farmer War Axe. Only we could. Maybe another time. Oh. Well, we've run into our first farmer. Well, we've got to level up, and that farmer has fallen very far down. Oh, we can still search him. We can grab his ear. Human flesh. Can we eat some? I think we've had human flesh before. Found my sword. Found my bow. Found my bow. And we can drop some. One of these, yeah. Let's level up. Let's get some stamina. Let's keep on getting all of that carry weight. Light armor, can't quite get. Restoration, what else is there? Apprentice level restoration, dual casting. Dual casting becomes even more powerful. Maybe. Let's see what else we can find. One-handed. Bleeding damage from war axes. Let's go with that. Alright, I was going to go up here and see if there was anything interesting up here too. Apart from something that can shove you to your death. Yeah, I want you to be very careful here. Oh, 2 gold. Wow, thank you. How about if you... Oh, that actually stops it. I believe. Or temporarily stops it. So did Yag not have like a diary of some sort? Everyone else had a diary. Yag, come on, man. And yeah, it looks like he tried to run for his life, but combination of Falmer and Dwemer got him. So yeah, the Falmer are the Snow Elves. They used to be, well, they used to be like a humanoid race. Well, they are a humanoid race, but now they're just a bunch of underground people. You dead? Oh no, we appear to have angered quite a few of them. Oh, these are just skeevers. Right then. No, not just skeevers. Oh, we got a... Oh, I'm saving this here. We got a Falmer mage. Oh wait, let him fight the spider worker. Alright, Lydia. Picks up, look sharp. And I've got another Falmer here. Falmer sword. We'll eat this here. Oh, I didn't actually eat it, did I? This got human heart. Alright. Where's your ear? Ouch, that hurt. Okay, Orcish arrows, spade tail gold, silverside perch. I haven't seen one of those yet. Staff of firebolts. Bad. Take it. Same with that. Okay, so fire is raining down on us from above. I would like to just drop down and explore more. I mean, we would certainly die if we did that. So I guess we can't do that directly. The heck, our local map is just completely glitched out. Interesting. Okay, Lydia, let's go round the fire. Oh, where did she even go? Don't tell me she fell to her death. That would be most unfortunate. No, that's not her, is it? Is it? No, don't think so. He's fine, right? I don't know. We're gonna find out soon. But yeah, looks like we're gonna be finding some more Falmer from here on in. Some little tents here. I guess this is where they stay. Interesting. Kalkaminga. Of course, that's too heavy. that was great. It worked for me. Oh boy. That was a close one. Nice. Alright, let's see what you guys have got. Gold, arrows. Gotta drop something else. Oh, it'd be great if there was an alchemy lab here somewhere. Yeah, let's just drop that. Armor shield. The most value. I am very worried that they just somehow managed to fall to her death. We'll see. Oh, is that's actually an alchemy lab? No way. Can't complain of that now. Looks like another adventurer met their end over here. Without a drink, at least. Take a fork. Okay, let's not kill ourselves here. Nothing in this tent. Feeding crowd, we'll just grab all the ingredients. Well, they were mages, so it makes sense that they were also ingredients and alchemy. Hopefully this will help reduce our carry weight as well. We want to keep our farm here. Okay, alchemy up. Oh, we've discovered dwarven oil regenerates magicka. Nice. It creates a double-edged sword potion with salt. How are we on carry weight now? Down to 320, not bad. Alright, well. Oh wait. Came from there, never mind. Total. Screwed. Guy seems to be struggling a little. Light armor buff. That should be enough. Oh my god. I didn't even realize there was a third one. I thought, job done. No, you're not getting me that easy. Okay. Blue butterfly wing, gold arrows. Cool. Did kind of want to see that, but yeah, we can just go around. Oh, there's a dresser we can search. Nothing too special. What's this? Like a alert? Because I believe the farmer are actually blind, so they can't see me. Doesn't tend to stop them from knowing where I am, but here you go. Anvil. Okay, don't think I can make too much. More ingredients. Nero's rock, Piamanita, like cat. We got all the shrooms here. Even a workbench. Ooh, expert lock chest. Let's do a new save just in case. Really use some more lockpicks. Okay, not too bad. Getting the experience, at least. Okay, well, we fixed that. We go further down, or do we go up here? Oh wait, is she alive? Or was that someone else? A bunch of ruined books and a dwarven dagger. I'm guessing maybe she's just been stuck in a really tough fight and she can't win it and she keeps getting staggered. Oh yeah, she's alive. But I don't know if I'm going to be for very long. Well, she's good. She'll heal up eventually, but good to know that she's not dead. She's just been, you know, fighting these guys for a while and holding her own as best she could. And got some of them quite low, if we're being honest. Let's have a look at ingredients. Bleeding crown, we can try some. Weakness to fire. Mira's rot is damage magica. Well, it hurts. Gold, lingering poison, River Betty, Scaly Foliota. We can eat one of those now. Weakness to magic. Skeever tail, we'll take that. Some eggs. Open Alpha and Glacial Ruins. Oh, that would probably... Don't think I want to go here, but... Yeah, I didn't actually want to go there, but this will go back to the place that we couldn't go to before because that was locked. But good to know that that's a way we could go there. I don't think we need to though. Pickaxe. Oh, okay. Sulla Trebatius's pack, torch, and Imperial officer's helmet. Grab the helmet. Might not be something we have. We already looked in here. It was interesting that was called Sulla's pack, so it looks like Sulla is, well, was alive at this point. Doesn't look like... Or maybe... Oh, well, there's Valley. Open shackles. Close shackles. Oh. I wonder how useful that feature is. Poison. So were they just experimenting on poor Valley? Damn. Scroll of Cure Wounds. More alchemy stuff. Air claws. Grass pod, pork beak. Don't see those very often. Lockpick, lavender, tundra, pork feathers. Are they ingredients? Fragrance tart, nightshade, flowers. Small pearl, I don't believe we have. Skooma. Grab some of that. Lionfish egg. Got a silver ingot. We'll take the golden oil. Ragged trousers, horsehide, blue maid robes, leather. Only I would take this. Didn't want the sack. Hat rather, and have that back. Human flesh, nice, we can eat some now. Don't take that out of context, please. I mean, this is not going to help us, is it? Damage health, yeah. We are now officially cannibals. Nothing useful in here. So yeah, I guess the farmer experimented on poor Valley here. Gave her an unfortunate death. She has a dwarven dagger. No diary to speak of. I guess maybe they took that. Yeah, our crew is slowly getting smaller. go up here? Yeah. Okay, if we go back here then. We open this? Yeah. Off-Tand Cathedral. Where are you? Okay. Are you up? Are you down? How do I get to you? Well, we might be going way too far back. Same time, I don't see. There's no clear way down from here. He just doesn't get affected by traps. It's like Elemental Hero Wildheart. This has to be the way forward. We went up there, wasn't it? But there is a way to be up there. Maybe? Do we actually have to go back to the ruins? Or have we just missed a way forward? We probably just missed the blatant way forward. We haven't even looked at all of this yet, have we? Is porous chitin an ingredient, or it's probably something we can turn into something. Grab it anyway. So, oh, okay, so maybe this corpse confused me and made me think we'd already been here before, but no, actually we completely missed this stuff over here. Got some skeever, yeah, delicious. Spider egg, more human flesh, more eggs. Okay. Yeah, this confused me because I thought I'd already been here because I saw this dead body, but it must have been Lydia who... I'm not quite sure how she found her way all the way around here. Maybe she did fall and somehow survived. Who knows? Armor shield kind sucks. You can have that back. Or one back. Okay, so I guess we just work our way down. That makes sense. So did Lydia just fight her way through this whole... Lydia, did you do this? There's a whole dead slew of farmer here. This was meant to be like a big battle, and she just seemingly did this all on her own, unless I'm missing something here. Impressive if you did. There's like 4 or 5 dead farmer here. There was a frostbite spider too, so maybe this was not quite up just her. There's got to be like some kind of boss level chest, or some kind of chest here somewhere. No? You wouldn't give us like a massive fight here without leaving us some goodies. Right, game? That was potentially mineable, but... Could be blind? Maybe I've missed something? Already went through this one. Huh, maybe that's just no reward. Killing the farmer is its own reward, I suppose. I don't think Lydia's been here. I'm not sure if anyone's been here. It doesn't look like... And there might be enemies around the corner, but oh, straight shot to the next zone. We go to the Alduin Cathedral. Multiple quest markers here? Yeah, there's like 3 quest markers, although they're not all appearing here. Some pressure plates. To the defender, okay. Is that an indication that we might be hiding ourselves here? Plentiful healing, another not so subtle suggestion. Okay. Trying to think where the trap is. Not sure, but we avoided it.
That's the best you can do.
Nice. Okay. Bigger area.
I've never seen anything quite like that.
Wild. Even Lydia's like enjoying this. Anything else? Yeah. Why am I still sneaking? It's okay, because Lydia's got it covered. Immune throat, ski the tail. Don't need those poisons. We have all of those eggs. Make sure none of them hatch. We haven't fought a Chorus yet. The Chorus are like the father's pets. Thanks, Lydia. As you can see, they keep them in their own homes. Oh, little secret area. It's just glowing. Oh no, there's more to it. Make sure we've covered everything here. Yeah, let's just see what's through this way. This is in a chest of some sort. Damn. That'd be cool. They're struggling a little bit. It's okay. This is just like a little secret garden. There's like massive shrooms, which I can't actually harvest because they're so damn big. What's the point of this area then? There's my reward for finding it. Just some big shrooms. I can't touch. Yeah. Okay. Lydia made a comment on this area though, which is interesting. You don't see her do that very often. Did we come here from down? Came here from down there, right? Yeah, there's a dead farmer. Let's see what's over on this side. More chests. You're running low on lockpicks. Oh, frostbite spider. Not the kind of multi-legged creature I was expecting, but ooh. Grab all the eggs.
Ow.
Thank you. We've got so many eggs we can't run. beavers as well. Around the back. Yeah, there's our chest. Okay. At least we know this one's pretty easy now. And we got a lockpick back. Nice. All of an armor, have to leave. Try any other embalming tool, I don't know why we have that. You got any other Falmer stuff? Falmer bow? Helmet, I guess. Okay, so we want to get there, obviously, but it looks like the secret to that melee up here. Depth. Okay. Good stuff. 2 gold. That lever, I assume, does the opening. 2 more lockpicks. Yes, please. Take another Elven helmet and Magica too. Can handle that drop. Yeah, this is quite a spectacle though. You gotta love the aesthetic. Gold crossbow. That is good. Temptation is too much. Armor helmet. Imperial officer's helmet will probably find again somewhere. Another chest. Iron gauntlets, leather leather, gold, lockpicks, hunting bow of sparks. Of course, kiting will probably find again. Try my pan, sure. Oh, we have found our first dwarven centurion. And we've absolutely annihilated him. He did nothing. What the heck was that? Okay, what? You're dead, aren't you? Or, you know, not alive. Centurion Dynamo Core. Take that. Key to Alftown Lift. Oh, so we had to actually kill that Centurion, I guess. Drop. don't know, man. Guess we don't need all of these potions. Do you want to keep anything health related though? So yeah, they're not 100 times the size of people, but they are quite large. And when they attack you, they usually tend to be quite tough. I'd love to collect all of these dynamo cores, but not doing too well on the old carry weight, so we're gonna have to leave them behind. Alright, and that's where we need to go. Naturally, we will explore around first. Yeah, I'm guessing the farmer wanted to stay well away from that kind of area. Yay, more lockpicks. Nice. Ooh, I just noticed this. Can we use this? Oh no, but it's like a, what do you call it, a ballista? Fires bolts? I wonder if they could have used that. Okay, open the gate, but we didn't need a key for that.
Let's just get out of here. Hasn't there been enough death?
Of course you want me to leave. Just waiting for me to turn my back, so you can have all the glory for yourself. Is someone there?
What was that?
Ah, found you.
Okay, so Sulla and Amana are still alive. And they are currently fighting each other. Who's your money on? I wish I could get a better view, but I'm scared Lydia's just gonna alert them to our presence.
Guess it's all clear now.
Oh. I guess Umana won that pretty comfortably.
Thought I heard something.
Oh wow, I staggered. Oh yeah, we've got Umana. Nice. Okay, interesting. Have a look around. So we've got Dwarven Mechanism, which I guess is how we need to progress here. I think that's all the NPCs that were on this sort of quest. Solo Trebatius. Imperial Sword of Trading. Yeah, of course I'm going to take that. You know I'm going to take that game. Why are you doing this to me? We're running out of stuff that we want to drop. Dwarven Warhammer, I suppose. Maybe I found the bow for now. And Umana, Targe of the Blooded. Heavy armor shield when bashing does bleeding damage. Oh yeah, it's got little spikes at the front. Definitely take that. While ignoring all of this other stuff. Yeah, I think we'll drop the Dwarven Warhammer then. Called Dwarven Sword of Reaping. Absorb stamina. Circlet of Alchemy. Created potions are more powerful. Well, that's useful. If we remember to wear that the next time we make some potions, we'll be blessed. Unlock the key to Alpha Lift. Open Skyrim. Okay, but what we want to do is we want to put the dwarven mechanism which takes us down here. Because we're not quite done yet. And now we go into Blackreach. Yeah, as I said, very, very involved quest. We had to go all the way to Winterhold. We had to go all the way to this Dwarven dungeon, and then there's like so many levels of it. And guys, this is Blackreach. This is basically an entire underground city. And we could be here forever exploring this. I'm gonna treat this like an outdoor city. And we'll run into, like, if we see anything of interest, we'll obviously explore it. But we don't want to get too absorbed in the let's go everywhere and fight everything and explore everything. This is just an excuse to use my potions because it doesn't carry weight. Which we are also needing more of. I use my shouts more. We'll look around a little bit, man. Because this place is really cool. Alright, well, these shrooms are not made for picking. Shallow doesn't seem particularly keen on attacking us just yet. No, it's just, he's having a bad day. Yeah, look at this place. So huge. So like glowing stuff, glowing jellyfish. Gotta love it, man. Is that a spider? No, that's the same sphere we saw earlier. Curious as to what this door opens. Is it just a door? Sindarian's Field Laboratory. Was Sindarian? Yeah, Sindarian was the name of the Nernroot guy, wasn't he? I think. Pretty sure. Oh, we're being detected. Oh. Someone's trying to snipe Lydia. I can't really figure out who. But look what we found. Crimson Nernroot. And we've started a quest called A Return to Your Roots.
No!
Discover the significance of Crimson Nernroot. Okay, so you're up there. That's going to be hard for us to get to. Oh, okay, that's great aim for me. Little chorus. Okay, let's start playing this battle. there's two of them. Where's the other one? Not sure. Oh damn! I just realized that's a whole Centurion. Wait, someone over here is sniping us. Alright, let's enough of this. Ow. Alright, let's heal some more then. Probably didn't need to do that. We got a one-handed buff. We're making some good level progress. I'm curious though, is this a dwarven? Is this a dwarven centurion we can fight? Yeah. Oh, this one wants to fight. Not too bad. Ebony arrows, okay. Who over here is trying to fight? I can see you on our minimap, but I can't see you. Oh god, whatever is attacking her is doing so with lightning. There we go. There's our enemy. There we go, got ourselves a sneak attack off and a level up. Give me more stamina. Carry some more stuff. Do we want more bleed? Can increase our light armor rating now as well. Sneak are some good options. I'm not as big a fan of the sneak though. Lock picking. Novice locks are much easier to pick. I guess if we eventually want to get up there, we need to start putting some points here. Alchemy. Potions, poisons, you make us stronger. Health, magical, stamina ones are better. Let's go with more light armor. We are getting quite low recently. Yeah, you're warding, but that. Oh, you dropped your staff down here. Lightning bolts. Wonder if we can get up there. Take that. Yeah, looks like we definitely can. Hang on, where the heck did we go? I'm so confused. We were trying to get to there, where we were being sniped. I don't know if we can do that though. Right, there's the Centurion we killed. Yeah, we're trying to see if we can get up there, but maybe we can. Oh, this was it, wasn't it? What's that buzzing? Is that Taurus? Curious. Reverent Dwarven Mace, undead up to level 13, flee for 30 seconds. We are running out of stuff to go. Elven Mace. Served us well. So we drop, let's just go around. Yeah. There's another door over there. Can we see where that goes to from here? Here. Something wiggling around. Is it Chorus or is it just Lydia making footsteps? War quarters. Wonder where that is. Another lever over here. And you know we've got to pull the levers. Okay, well if we get into a fight around here, it's good to know. Does the trap not stop when you pull the lever again? Apparently not. Okay. Well, bear that in mind then. You managed to get yourself hit by that video. Goodness sake. Alright, good. Now we're gonna have some fun. Are we? Well, I'm interested to see what's down there. Oh, we found another Crimson Nirnroot. That's pretty neat. So this is the equivalent to Nirnroot in Oblivion. behind the waterfall. You disappoint me. I did see a wall over here. Not here, but I also noticed some stuff over here. Geode vein. What does a geode vein give you? Petty soul gem. Lesser soul gem. Oh, just soul gems. Okay. Tripod spiderfish. 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 Does whatever a spiderfish does. Oh, hey Lydia, you somehow made it into the derelict pump house. Okay. There's a number, thank you. Now, how do we get up from here? Oh, there's a way up. What are you? Another tripod. We don't really want to take more of those. Tripod, is that an ingredient? No, that's food. 2 points of health. Right. I hear the sound of Crimson Nunnery. I don't know how many we have to find, but they will all be in Blackreach, I believe. There's frost trolls here. Oh boy. Why is my... What happened to my shouts? Why aren't my shouts favorited anymore? I can't shout? You can't shout in Dragon's Reach, maybe? So not Dragon's Reach, Blackreach. Oh boy. This is not good. Yeah. Okay. Why can't I shout there? Why are my shouts blocked? There are 2 from... Yeah, I can't shout. What's stopping me from shouting? I don't get it. Oh, there you go. Completely missed everyone. Can do it. I'm gonna think this approach through here. to use up some potions, so let's not look around the bush. Try and focus one down. Okay. We've got one. Should be easy enough from here. Let's heal up. There we go. So we can beat trolls. And our reward is another Crimson Nerd. Looks like we're not the first people who tried to take on 2 trolls. How far we are? We seem to be quite far where we want to go. It's apparently straight ahead of us. Even on mini-maps not showing it. So this isn't even the way up, this is just... Oh, there's some... Yeah, there's some stairs over there. Where did the heck did Lydia end up? I don't know. Is she still struggling with this trap? No. A little annoyed, but I can't actually turn it off. There you go. 2920 mid-year V6. Heavy armor skill book. Mid-year, book 6 of 2920, the last year of the first era by Karlovac Townley. 2 mid-year 2920, Balmora Morrowind. The Imperial army is gathered to the south, said Kasir. There are 2 weeks' march from Alduval and Lake Coronati, heavily armored. Vivek nodded. Alduval and its sister city on the other side of the lake, Al-Malak, were strategically important fortresses. We've been expecting a move against them for some time. His captain pulled down a map of southwestern Morrowind from the wall and smoothed it out, fighting a gentle summer sea breeze wafting in from the open window. They were heavily armored, you say? Asked the captain. Yes, sir, said Kasir. We camped out near Bethel Grey in the Heartland. I saw nothing but ebony, dwarven, and daedric armor, fine weaponry, and siege equipment. How about spellcasters and boats? Asked Vivek. A horde of battle mages, replied Kasir, but no boats. As heavily armored as they are, it will take them at least 2 weeks, like you said, to get from Bethel Grey to Lake Coronati. Vivek studied the map carefully. They'd be dragged down in the bogs if they then tried to circle around to Aldurak from the north. They must be planning to cross the straits here and take Alduval. Then they'd proceed around the lake to the east and take Aldurak from the south. They'll be vulnerable along the straits, said the captain, provided we strike when they are more than halfway across and can't retreat back to the heartland. Your intelligence has once again served us well, said Vivek, smiling to Kasir. We will beat back the Imperial oppressors yet again. 3 mid-year 2920, Bethel Grey, Cyrodiil. Will you be returning back this way after your victory? Asked Lord Bethal. Prince Drillek barely paid the man any attention. He was focused on the army packing its camp. It was a cool morning in the forest. There were no clouds. All the makings of a hot afternoon march, particularly in such heavy armor. If we return shortly, it will be because of defeat, said the prince. He could see down in the meadow the potentate Versity Shea paying his lordship's steward for the use of the village's food, wine, and horse. An army was an expensive thing for certes. My prince, said Lord Bethal with concern, is your army beginning a march due east? That will just lead you to the shores of Lake Coronati. You want to go southeast to get to the straits. You just make certain your merchants get their share of our gold, said the prince with a grin. Let me worry about my army's direction. 16 mid-year 2920, Lake Coronati, Morrowind. Vivek stared across the blue expanse of the lake, seeing his reflection and the reflection of his army in the cool blue waters. What he did not see was the Imperial Army's reflection. It must have reached the straits by now, barring any mishaps in the forest. Tall, feather-thinned lake trees blocked much of his view of the straits, but an army, particularly one clad in slow-moving heavy armor, could not move invisibly, silently. Let me see the map again, he called to his captain. Is there no other way they could approach? We have sentries posted in the swamps to the north in case they're fool enough to go there and be bogged under, said the captain, who would at least hear about it, but there is no other way across the lake except through the straits. Vivek looked down again at his reflection, which seemed to be distorting his image, mocking him, when he looked back on the map. Spy, said Vivek, calling Kasir over. When you said the army had a horde of battle mages, what made you so certain they were battle mages? They were wearing grey robes with mystical insignia on them, explained Kasir. I figured they were mages. And why else would such a vast number travel with the army? They couldn't have all been healers. You fool, roared Vivek. They're mystics schooled in the art of alteration. They've cast a spell of water breathing on the entire army. Vivek ran to a new vantage point where he could see the north. Across the lake, though it was but a small shadow on the horizon, they could see gouts of flame from the assault on Alduin. Vivek bellowed with fury, and his captain got to work at once, redirecting the army to circle the lake and defend the castle. Return to Dwinnen, said Vivek flatly to Kasir before he rode off to join the battle. Your services are no longer needed nor wanted. It was already too late when the Morrowind army neared Alduin. It had been taken by the Imperial army. 19 mid-year 2920, the Imperial city, Cyrodiil. The potentate arrived in the Imperial city amid great fanfare, the streets lined with men and women cheering him as the symbol of the taking of Alduin. Truth be told, a greater number would have turned out had the prince returned, and had the Sidiu Shai knew it. Still, it pleased him to no end. Never before had citizens of Tamriel cheered the arrival of an Akaviri into their land. The Emperor Raymond III greeted him with a warm embrace, and then tore into the letter he had brought from the prince. I don't understand, he said at last, still joyous but equally confused. You went under the lake? Albarak is a very well-fortified fortress, explained the potentate. As I might add, the army of Morrowind is rediscovered, now that they are on the outside. Take it, we had to attack by surprise and with our soldiery in the sturdiest of armor. By casting the spell that allowed us to breathe underwater, we were able to travel faster than Vivek would have guessed. The weight of the armor made less by the aquatic surroundings. An attack from the waterbound west side of the fortress where the defences were at their weakest. Brilliant, the Emperor crowed. You are a wondrous tactician, the Sidiu Shai. If your fathers had been as good at this as you are, Tamriel would be Akaviri domain. The potentate had not planned to take credit for Prince Drulek's design, but on the Emperor's reference to his people's fiasco of an invasion 216 years ago, he made up his mind. He smiled modestly and soaked up the praise. 21 mid-year 2920, Aldmorak, Morrowind. Severi and Chorek slithered to the wall and watched through the arrows slit from the Morrowind army retreating back to the forest land between the swamps and the castle grounds. It seemed like the ideal opportunity to strike. Ideal, I guess. Perhaps the forest could be burned and the army within them. Perhaps with Vivek in their enemy's hand, the army would allow them possession of Alduval as well. He suggested these ideas to the prince. What you seem to be forgetting, laughed Prince Drulek, is that I gave my word of no harm to the army or to their commanders during the truce negotiations. Do you not have honor during warfare on Akavir? Prince, I was born here in Tamriel. I have never been to my people's home, replied the Snake Man. Even so, your ways are strange to me. You expected no quarter, and I gave you none when we fought in the Imperial Arena 5 months ago. That was a game, replied the prince, before nodding to his steward to let the Dun, the battle chief, in. Drulek had never seen Vivek before, but he had heard he was a living god. What came before him was but a man, a powerfully built man, handsome, with an intelligent face, but a man nonetheless. The prince was pleased, a man he could speak with, but not a god. Greetings, my worthy adversary, said Vivek. We seem to be at an impasse. Not necessarily, said the prince. You don't want to give us Morrowind, and I can't fault you for that. I must have your coastline to protect the Empire from overseas aggressions, and certain key strategic border castles, such as this one, as well as Alt Umbail, Tel Urun, Alt Lambassi, and Tel Mofivra. And in return, asked Vivek. In return, laughed Severian Trorak. You forget we are the victors here, not you. In return, said Prince Rilek carefully, there will be no Imperial attacks on Morrowind unless in return to an attack by you. You will be protected from invaders by the Imperial Navy, and your land may expand by taking certain estates in Blackmarsh, whichever you choose, provided they are not needed by the Empire. A reasonable offer, said Vivek after a pause. You must forgive me, I am unused to Cyrodiil to offer something in return for what they take. May I have a few days to decide? We will meet again in a week's time, said the prince, smiling. In the meantime, if your army provokes no attacks on mine, we are at peace. Vivek left the prince's chamber feeling that Almalexia was right. The war was at an end. This prince would make an excellent emperor. The year is continued in Sun's Height. Okay, cool. Found ourselves a book. Okay, let's keep going then. Oh yeah, you can say it a million times that this place is humongous. Oh, we've been detected. We're in Falmerland. Something's detecting us, I'm not sure what. We'll save. Some fishies. Now look at that. Why can't I go here? Okay. I think we're good. More Crimson Nursery. We're doing pretty well on that. Watch the video for a second. We need to go up there. I'm guessing we just have to go up the stairs. Take that. Yeah. Okay, well, we have found, well, an open door. And you can open the Tower of Mazar. I can't remember if the dude mentioned this, but there we go.
Huh?
Lydia's found her way back. Okay. Definitely has been some human presence here. Soul gem. Faithful tankard, shroom, delicious skeever. Can't unfortunately cook in these. Steam, ruined books, craft of strength. Dish, paper, ink, quill. Videos. Give me some space here. Scroll of candlelight, scroll of muffle. Spade tail, found ear. Oh, nerd root. Pretty sure we found a nerd root before, so let's eat this one. Damage health. Ow. Rude. Cog, we're in book, books. I feel like sometimes they're just going to put like an actual book in the midst of all the ruined books just to catch you out. Gold diamond necklace, very valuable. Little knapsack. Healing, Wolf Queen V2. I can't remember. Have a look. Oh, what did I just... I meant to take something and I didn't mean to take it and I took it. I have no idea what I just took. Whatever, Wolf Queen Volume 2. We've read this one. Don't think so. Wolf Queen Volume... Wolf Queen... The Wolf Queen Book 2 by Warren Jarth. From the pen of the 1st century 3rd era sage Montakai. 3rd era 82. A year after the wedding of his 14-year-old granddaughter, the Princess Potema, to King Mantiarco of the Nordic Kingdom of Solitude, the Emperor Uriel Septim II passed on. His son Pelagius Septim II was made emperor, and he faced a greatly depleted treasury thanks to his father's poor management. As the new Queen of Solitude, Potema faced opposition from the old Nordic houses, who viewed her as an outsider. Mantiarco had been widowed and his former queen was loved. She had left him a son, Prince Baforg, who was 2 years older than his stepmother and loved her not. But the king loved his queen and suffered with her through miscarriage after miscarriage, until her 29th year when she bore him a son. 3rd era 97. You must do something to help the pain, Potema cried, baring her teeth. The healer Kelmeth immediately thought of a she-wolf in labour. I get it. But he put the image from his mind. Her enemies called her the Wolf Queen for certes, but not because of any physical resemblance. Your Majesty, there is no injury for me to heal. The pain you feel is natural and helpful for the birth. He was going to add more words of consolation, but he had to break off to duck the mirror she flung at him. I'm not a pig-nosed peasant girl, she snarled. I am a Queen of Solitude, daughter of the Emperor, summoned the Daedra. I'll trade the soul of every last subject of mine for a little comfort. My lady, said the healer nervously, drawing the curtains and blotting out the cold morning sun, it is not wise to make such offers even in jest. The eyes of Oblivion are forever watching for just such a rash interjection. What would you know of Oblivion, healer? She growled, but her voice was calmer, quieter. The pain had relaxed. Would you fetch me that mirror I had hurled at you? Are you going to throw it again, your Majesty? Said the healer with a taut smile, obeying her. Very likely, she said, looking at her reflection. Next time I won't miss. But I do look a fright. Is Lord Vulcan still waiting for me in the hall? Yes, your Majesty. I'll tell him I just need to fix my hair and I'll be with him. Leave us. I'll howl for you when the pain returns. Howl? Yeah, Wolf Queen. Yes, your Majesty. A few minutes later, Lord Vulcan was shown into the chamber. He was an enormous bald man whose friends and enemies called Mount Vulcan, and when he spoke it was with a low grumble of thunder. The Queen was one of the very few people Vulcan knew who was not the least bit intimidated by him, and he offered her a smile. My Queen, how are you feeling? He asked. Damn, but you're looking like springtide has come to Mount Vulcan. I take it from your merry disposition that you've been made war chief. Only temporarily, while your husband the king investigates whether there is evidence behind the rumours of treason on the part of my predecessor Lord Foe. If you planted it as I've instructed, he'll find it. Potema smiled, propping herself up in the bed. Tell me, is Prince Paforg still in the city? What a question, your highness, laughed the mountain. It's the tournament of stamina today. You know the prince would never miss that. The fellow invents new strategies of self-defense every year to show off during the games. Don't you recall last year where he entered the ring unarmored and after 20 minutes of fending off 6 bladesmen, left the games without a scratch? He dedicated that bout to his late mother, Queen Amaldefa. Yes, I recall. He's no friend to me or you, your highness, but you must give the man his due respect. He moves like lightning. You wouldn't think it of him, but he always seems to use his awkwardness to his advantage, to throw his opponents off. Some say he learned the style from the orcs to the south. They say he learned from them how to anticipate a foe's attack by some sort of supernatural power. There's nothing supernatural about it, said the queen. Quietly, he gets it from his father. Mantiarco never moved like that, Rocken chuckled. I never said he did, said Potema. Her eyes closed and her teeth gritted together. The pain's returning. We must fetch the healer. But first, I must ask you one other thing. Has the new summer palace construction begun? I think so, your highness. Do not think, she cried, gripping the sheets, biting her lips so a stream of blood dripped down her chin. Do. Make certain that the construction begins at once, today. Your future, my future, and the future of this child depend on it. Go. 4 hours later, King Mantiarco entered the room to see his son. His queen smiled weakly as he gave her a kiss on her forehead. When she handed him the child, a tear ran down his face. Another one quickly followed, and then another. My lord, she said fondly, I know you're sentimental, but really... It's not only the child, though he is beautiful, with all the fair features of his mother. Mantiarco turned to his wife sadly, his aged features twisted in agony. My dear wife, there is trouble at the palace. In truth, this birth is the only thing that keeps this day from being the darkest in my reign. What is it? Something at the tournament? Potema pulled herself up in bed. Something with the fog? No, it isn't the tournament, but it does relate to the fog. I shouldn't worry you at a time like this. You need your rest. My husband, tell me. I wanted to surprise you with a gift after the birth of our child, so I had the old summer palace completely renovated. It's a beautiful place, or at least it was. I thought you might like it. Truth to tell, it was Lord Vokan's idea. It used to be Amodefa's favourite place. Bitterness crept into the king's voice. Now I've learned why. What have you learned? Asked Potema quietly. Amodefa deceived me there, with my trusted war chief, Lord Fone. There were letters between them. The most perverse things you've ever read. And that's not the worst of it. I'm pretty sure, based on the context of this book, that was planted, right? No? The dates on the letters correspond with the time of Beforg's birth, the boy I raised and loved as a son. Mantiarco's voice choked up with emotion. It was Fone's child, not mine. Damn, if they planted that, that's crazy. My darling, said Potema, almost feeling sorry for the old man. She wrapped her arms around his neck as he heaved his sobs down on her and their child. Henceforth, he said quietly, Beforg is no longer my heir. He will be banished from the kingdom. This child you have borne me today will grow to rule Solitude. And perhaps more, said Potema. He is the Emperor's grandson as well. You will name him Mantiarco II. My darling, I would love that, said Potema, kissing the king's tear-streaked face. But may I suggest Uriel, after my grandfather the Emperor, who brought us together in marriage? King Mantiarco smiled at his wife and nodded his head. There was a knock at the door. My liege, said Mount Vokan, His Highness Prince Beforg has finished the tournament and awaits you to present his award. He has successfully withstood attacks by 9 archers and the giant scorpion we brought in from Hammerfell. The crowd is roaring his name. They are calling him the man who cannot be hit. I will see him, said King Mantiarco sadly, and left the chamber. Oh, he can be hit all right, said Potema warily. It does take some doing. Damn. Poor Beforg. Didn't do anything wrong. Okay, Thistle Spriggan Sap. Iron Flash Eggs. Cog. Armorer's Challenge. Yeah, I remember this from Oblivion. This was a skill book. No, I don't think it was a skill book, but it was a book you had to read to complete the Armorer Master Training quest. Smithing increased to 21. The Armorer's Challenge by Mimaphonus. 300 years ago, when Kataraya became Empress, the first and only Dunmer to rule all of Tamriel, she faced opposition from the Imperial Council. Even after she convinced them that she would be the best regent to rule the Empire while her husband Pelagius sought treatment for his madness, there was still conflict, in particular from the Duke of Vengetto, Thane Minglemeyer, who took a particular delight in exposing all of the Empress's lack of practical knowledge. In this particular instance, Kataraya and the Council were discussing the unrest in Blackmarsh and the massacre of Imperial troops outside the village of Armanius. A sodden swampland and a sweltering climate, particularly in summertide, would endanger the troops if they wore their usual armor. "I know a very clever armorer," said Kataraya. "His name is Hazadir, an Argonian who knows the environments our army will be facing. I knew him in Vivek, where he was a slave to the master armorer there, before he moved to the Imperial City as a freedman. We should have him design armor and weaponry for the campaign." Ninglumaya gave a short, barking laugh. "She wants a slave to design the armor and weaponry for our troops. Cyrillus Sacus is the finest armorer in the Imperial City. Everyone knows that." After much debate, it was finally decided to have both armorers contend for the commission. The council also elected 2 champions of equal power and prowess, Nando Barade and Raphaelas Yule, to battle using the arms and armaments of the real competitors in the struggle. Whichever champion won, the armorer who supplied him would earn the Imperial commission. It was decided that Barade would be outfitted by Hazadir and Yule by Sacus. The fight was scheduled to commence in 7 days. Cyrillus Sacus began work immediately. He would have preferred more time, but he recognized the nature of the test. The situation in Armanius was urgent. The Empire had to select their armorer quickly, and once selected, the preferred armorer had to act swiftly and produce the finest armor and weaponry for the Imperial army in Blackmarsh. It wasn't just the best armor they were looking for, it was the most efficient. Sacus had only begun steaming the half-inch strips of black virgin oak to bend into bands for the flanges of the armor joints when there was a knock at his door. His assistant Fandius ushered in the visitor. It was a tall reptilian of common markings, a dull green-fringed hood, bright black eyes, and a whole dull brown cloak. It was Hazadir, Kataraya's preferred armorer. "I wanted to wish you the best of luck on there. Is that ebony?" It was indeed. Sacus had bought the finest quality ebony weave available in the Imperial City as soon as he heard of the competition and had begun the process of smelting it. Normally it was a 6-month procedure refining the ore, but he hoped that a massive convection oven stoked by white flames born in Magicka would shorten the operation to 3 days. Sacus proudly pointed out the other advancements in his armory. The acidic lime pools to sharpen the blade of the Dai Katana to an unimaginable degree of sharpness. The Akaviri forge and tongs he would use to fold the ebony back and forth upon itself. Hazadir laughed. "Have you been to my armory? It's 2 tiny smoke-filled rooms. The front is a shop. The back is filled with broken armor, some hammers, and a forge. That's it. That's your competition for the millions of gold pieces in Imperial commission." "I'm sure the Empress has some reason to trust you to outfit her troops," said Cyrillus Sacus kindly. He had, after all, seen the shop and knew that what Hazadir said was true. It was a pathetic workshop in the slums, fit only for the lowliest of adventurers to get their iron daggers and cuirasses repaired. Sacus had decided to make the best quality regardless of the inferiority of his rival. It was his way, and how he became the best armorer in the Imperial City. Out of kindness, and more than a bit of pride, Sacus showed Hazadir how, by contrast, things should be done in a real professional armory. The Argonian acted as an apprentice to Sacus, helping him refine the ebony ore and to pound it and fold it when it cooled. Over the next several days they worked together to create a beautiful Dai Katana with an edge honed sharp enough to trim a mosquito's eyebrows, enchanted with flames along its length by one of the Imperial battle mages, as well as a suit of armor of bound wood, leather, silver, and ebony to resist the winds of oblivion. On the day of the battle, Sacus, Hazadir, and Fandius finished polishing the armor and brought in Raphaelas Yule for the fitting. Hazadir left only then, realizing that Nandor Barade would be at his shop shortly to be outfitted. The 2 warriors met before the Empress and Imperial Council in the arena, which had been flooded slightly to simulate the swampy conditions of Blackmarsh. From the moment Sacus saw Yule in his suit of heavy ebony and blazing Dai Katana, and Barade in his collection of dusty, rusted lizard scales, and spear from Hazadir's shop, he knew who would win. And he was right. The first blow from the Dai Katana lodged in Barade's soft shield as there was no metal trim to deflect it. Before Yule could pull his sword back, Barade let go of the now flaming shield, still stuck on the sword, and poked at the joint of Yule's ebony armor with his spear. Yule finally retrieved his sword from the ruined shield and slashed at Barade, but his light armor was scaled and angled, and the attacks rolled off into the water, extinguishing Dai Katana's flames. When Barade struck at Yule's feet, he fell into the churned mud and was unable to move. The Empress, out of mercy, called a victor. Hazadir received the commission, thanks to his knowledge of Argonian battle tactics and weaponry and how best to combat them. He designed implements of war that brought down the insurrection of Arminius. Kataraya won the respect of council, and even grudgingly that of Thane Minglemire. Cyrillus Sacus went to Morrowind to learn what Hazadir learned there, and was never heard from again. There you go. It's not always who has the best gear and who has the best armory. Sometimes. It's simply who knows what they're doing and who has the appropriate tactics. I don't think we didn't look here, did we? Bunch of ruin books. Northern helmet. Book. Yeah. Okay. Nothing too much over here. So yeah, in the Oblivion Light Armor Training Quest, you had to have read the Armorer's Challenge and be able to give the answer Hazadir when asked something to do with when asked like who's the Master of Armory or something like that. Okay, this is a very weird looking spherical structure. Okay, I think that's the way in. So, that leather, oh, no, that was probably Lydia that just came up, wasn't it? Let's see what's round the other side. Is it more? No secret chests here. There we go. I can see what we're aiming for is up there, so is this really where an Elder Scroll's been hiding? Well, let's take a look around. Might find some clues as to what should be going on down here. So far it's just a bunch of ruined books. Not sure quite what ruined them. Curious. Here, more ruined books. So over here, a door. Does this take us outside? Yep, this is our way out, presumably. Let's go up here. Activate lexicon receptacle and activate a bunch of buttons. Some more timer things here. Our objective is pointing up there. It looks like we're going to have to use the lexicon. Wait, we can just keep it. guess. So, what are we trying to do here? Oh, is this one of those things where we have to focus for light? Okay, we need the thing there for the buttons to work.
Oh.
What's this? Okay. Not quite sure what any of these buttons are doing. Are we missing something? We wanna, I think we need to, this is to do with light, from what I remember. We want to focus the light on the right spot. Can we do anything here now? Why don't these buttons on this side work? We have something else for thing he gave us. He gave us like an attunement sphere. Yeah, so we probably need to do something with that.
Oh.
I can't interact with this, so I can't put it here. Where the heck do I put the attunement sphere? Here? There's no... Here, here, here. I glitch it by taking out the lexicon somehow. I don't want to look it up because that's cheating, but come on, man. There's only 2 working buttons here. And this one now doesn't work. Does that mean you've got success? No? How do we miss that? Dropped. Journal of Dropped. This might actually help us. I weren't never one for writing about my life. The king priests of old deserve their stories told, but Dropped is a simple man. So this is a no journal, I'm not telling any stories here. But this infernal machine done worked its way into my brain space, and I won't leave till it's figured out. whole contraption just sets like a dead hawker if it doesn't have a box. Putting the box in the hole made it all come to life. 5 rings with only 4 buttons. Most of them don't work most of the time anyhow. When the lights line up, more open. They don't seem to help, just make another damn thing move. The old fleabag Khajiit what sold me this cube said something about the light through the knowledge through the machine rests on the cube. I remember because he made me say it back at him till I wanted to throttle him. So I did. Tried to leave, but wolves to the top and them eyeless freaks outside the tower. Gotta stay here till I get it right. And I will get it right. Okay. And the lights line up more open, but they don't seem to help. Putting the box in the hole made it all come to life. When the lights line up more open, but they don't seem to help. Just make another damn thing move. Alright, Grok, well, for your trouble. How about... How about an Imperial Bell? Okay. Don't see how this is doing anything. Is that how we started? Okay. Or do we just keep pressing this one? Activate lexicon receptacle. Oh no, we've unlocked this button now. Oh, so we just need to keep spamming the button until it works. Good to know. I think. Oh, that's what I'm going to do. Going for the maximum amount of light here, right? So that would mean this is good. We can't use this button. Probably a mistake. Repeatedly spamming this until it gets to... Okay, now this button is unlocked. I don't see what I'm doing, but apparently it's worked. Yeah, that's... Is that it? Elder Scroll? Looks like it. We grab the lexicon receptacle. Completed. Transcribe the lexicon. Give the lexicon receptacle. Oh, mad. That was actually important to grab. If you left it there, then you would have had to come back and get it later. So yeah, just keep pressing all the buttons until it works. Take Elder Scroll. Elder Scroll Dragon added. Complete Elder Knowledge. Achievement unlocked. And that's the end of the quest. Read the Elder Scroll at the time wound. Just for fun. Let's read it now. Yeah, it gives you temporary blindness if you read the Elder Scroll beforehand. There we go. Quest is complete. Let's head. Oh, what is it? No, that's not a door. Mind. Let's go back to Skyrim. Tower of Mazark discovered, so I guess well, we can cook here. So random campsite. Maybe we can't cook here. It's not a cooking pot. Nope. Oh, well, we're fighting a dragon. Alright, one-handed increase. I need Dragon Rande. Yeah, we got this. Give me your soul, baby. 192 gold too. Okay, I think. So wait, we really can't cook on this? That's weird. Okay, well, where are we in the world? We are, look how far we went. We started, where's Winterhold? We were at Alftand, and now we're all the way at the Tower of Mazark. From there. And that was just going through underground, the underground path. Alright, let's go back home, I suppose. Yeah, we've already found some trolls.
God might get nervous. A man approaches with his weapon.
You approached me.
I'm spoken for, you know, so don't get any ideas.
Yeah, we got it.
My favorite drinking buddy. Let's get some mead.
Okay. Let's go ahead and dump a bunch of stuff. We probably should drop one of each arrow, just so we have it there. I feel like I've already done that, that's fine. Oh yeah, well because that tells us is a quest item, so we need that. Apparently. Circle of Alchemy, we can keep on us for a quick second. Oh, this is barely in order, is it? Oh, we've already got bear claws, so we can eat, get some stamina back. $62 Chorus XPs. Restore a Crimson Urn Root. Danger Hearts. That was an unsettling sound effect. Even small petals are ingredients. I'm not 100% sure, but there we go. We're obviously keeping the Elder Scrolls. Fair amount of books we had. Now we still need the attunement stare. Rune Lexicon, that's what he needs. Down to 130. I guess that's still pretty good. Just a quick sec.
Dragonborn, what? I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Yeah, I get it. No, she's using the dark dagger I gave her, which is interesting. Should have done this first, really.
Let's get going then.
Now, should I have taken that bow from her?
I am at your command.
Let's
Let's
give her
get
back.
going then.
Let's give her back the bow. If I can find it, geez. Which I might not be. Oh, there we go. Did I just put my actual helmet in there? I feel like I may have done. Yep. Oh god. Now I have to find Alduin. I wish I could sort the chest by types of item, but unfortunately I cannot. Okay, there we go. I think we're right. The books. There we go. Okay, I think we will end the episode there. So, it's been a long one. I'm guessing it's going to be like another potentially 7-8 hour one. Damn. Once I put these two recordings together. But there we go. Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. There's so much to explore. We could have just gone on a explore Blackreach as well, but that would have taken so long. But there we go. We've completed the quest Elder Knowledge. I met the Master of the Greybeards of Dragon Parthenax. He told me that the ancient Nords used an Elder Scroll to cast Alduin forward in time. Now that I've recovered the Elder Scroll, I may be able to use it to learn the Dragonrend shout directly from the ancient heroes. So we made it into the College of Winterhold, where we managed to, well, we did some introductory quests and met a bunch of the people in the college. We inadvertently continued like a Dark Seducer quest line somewhere. I can't remember which quest it was. Yeah, Balance of Power, this quest that started in the Whiterun Khajiit trading camps. We found our way to Winterhold eventually. We made it into the college, they let us in. We talked to the head of the library, who told us about a guy called Septimus Sickness, who apparently knows a lot about Elder Scrolls and was in like a random igloo or something, a random hideout further north into the ice. And we managed to find him. But he wanted something in return. He wanted this lexicon transcribed for him, which we managed to do eventually when we made it through Alftand and then Blackreach and then Tower of Mazark. We went for a whole storyline in that Dwemer ruin. Fought some Falmer, fought some machines, including Centurions. So a bunch of stuff happened. We eventually managed to get ourselves the Elder Scroll, as well as transcribe the lexicon for Septimus. But more importantly, we got the Elder Scroll, and in the next quest, we will have to go to meet to the Time Wound and see if we can learn the Dragonrend shout using the Elder Scroll. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and hopefully I'll see you soon. Goodbye.